them up to show the jury.
Okay.
I think we're just going to.
So we're stuck with this in this part forever?
Too disruptive.
At least for the next budget. At least for the next budget cycle.
At least until you're done with your trial. Then you have the option of having jails go back to interview program. Correct.
This is Exhibit 20E.
Well, can't they come in Friday and do it? Okay.
So the key is to have everything just on your desktop scanned, and then
It's easier just to pull up. I mean, that's where I put it, just because I know it's easier for me, but it's already pulled up and open here in your Adobe, but I can close it if you don't want them up.
now leave these up, because that's the only thing I don't otherwise, because I'm on another camera, right? This is just to share documents. So this is up. What do I have to do to share my screen
You'll need-
with the world?
You'll need to go to the actual Zoom itself,
Okay. So do that.
and then there's an option to share your screen right here.
Let's do that for me. Let's share screen.
And then you can choose what you want to show. So then you can pull,
So these are all right there for me. Can I just leave this like this? Or will that show up, all those documents? Okay.
that'll show up like that if you share
What
that.
happened to the top?
Okay.
He's in the little corner, he's muted.
And then to stop sharing, you just hit
Okay.
stop share.
Okay, very good. Where's stop share?
Perfect.
When you share, yeah, let's just do this again.
Nice. So which one is
Were you able to see that document, Doc?
So right here where it says stop share.
Can you see that?
Is that on your screen, doctor?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it is.
That's how we're going to do it, sir.
Perfect.
And then when it says stop share, hit stop share. If you want to stop. Yep. Mhm.
All right, very good. I believe we're ready, sir.
Okay. Well, I need a court reporter and a bailiff, so.
I need to double check, I was missing one, but I can.
We're all good? Okay, let me bring up the record. David's gotta go. Heaven forbid. Oh, we need David back in here. Okay, just periodically stop by and make sure we're okay. Okay. Well, as soon as you leave the room, it'll fall apart, so you know how it is. Okay, we're on the record. All counsel and the defendant are present. Jury is currently out of the room. Mr. Zion, anything for the record?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Who's up? Mr. Baez, anything for the record?
No, sir.
Okay, let's bring him. We're missing one? We're still one short.
I'm sorry. It's just timeline stuff. We hired him, we'll go through that. We talk about the wood stuff, the anesthesiology stuff, when I got the waiver. And then just the investigation on it. So, I mean, I'm not getting any patients other than what's referred to me. You know, that's a medical record, just what he did. So. Well, you guys, I assume, are gonna be a long time. We've been gunning for them this whole time. We're not gonna,
You know, there's water
we're
up
not
here.
gonna, put them in Bermuda for you or something.
Sam, Sam,
Well, he's,
you know, there's water up here if you need it.
he's down the street. And remember, Judge, remember, Dr. Swanner has some medical issues that may require, if we go longer than an hour, him to take like a 15, 20-minute break to lay down.
Um,
You guys saw my text about Dillinger, he's back on for Friday.
Yeah.
Or Thursday.
One thing we probably should discuss, one of the jurors, yeah. One thing we probably should discuss outside the presence of the juror, one of the jurors has been awarded a fellowship at Harvard and would like to leave, their flight's going out on Thursdays. It's not this week, but I think it's the next 2 weeks thereafter. It's like 6 o'clock and would like us to end at 4:30 so they can get to the airport now. I didn't think you all would have a problem with that, especially who's awarded a fellowship, so.
No, not at all.
Okay, we'll make it work.
Your Honor, is that a regular or an alternate?
I have no idea. I always treat them all the same.
I understand, just curious.
Well, I figured we can rob a half an hour at lunch instead of an hour and a half ago, an hour at lunch, and pick it up where I can.
Does that start tomorrow, Your Honor, or next week?
I think it's it's like mid-March, like 2 weeks in a row. I want to say the 24th is one of them. I don't have a calendar in front of me. I think it's the 17th and the 24th. And I didn't inquire from Ms. Schaefer which juror it was or anything. It was just a general request made to me.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Good to know.
And here's some activity.
Got everybody?
Okay. Okay, we'll talk about it later.
It's in the garbage. I can put that right now. So, that's what-
Good morning, Larry. Let me see it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, go ahead and call your witness, and then I'll give a brief explanation.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state of Ohio calls Dr. Larry Swanner.
Okay. Dr. Swanner is, by Zoom, as you can see, he also has a personal ailment, I think involving his back. So we may go an hour, and then he may need to take a break. So we'll be taking a lot, like sessions like that today. Okay? You're not giving any inference one way or the other about it. Doctor, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Okay, for the record, I need you, raise your lower. I need you to state your name and then spell it for my court reporter.
My name is Larry, L-A-R-R-Y, Swanner, S-W-A-N-N-E-R.
Mr. Zion.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Dr. Swanner.
Good morning.
I'd like to start your testimony today with you explaining to the jury a little bit about your background and then go into what you did at Mount Carmel during the years you were employed there. So let's begin with, where did you go to college and what did you study in college?
I went to undergraduate college in 1974, graduating in 1979 from the St. Louis College of Pharmacy with a Bachelor's of Science degree in pharmacy.
What, if anything, did you do with that Bachelor of Pharmacy degree in pharmacy?
I worked for 1 year as a pharmacist after graduating, and then used the degree, hopefully very effectively, in my study of medicine.
Sorry.
Okay, you bled out on us. Repeat your answer, please.
I worked for 1 year as a pharmacist after graduating from pharmacy school, and then used the degree as a background and an aid in medical school.
What kind of pharmacy did you practice? Were you in a hospital or were you retail?
That's both. I worked in a rural setting for a gentleman that owned several local pharmacies and also contracted with a local hospital to supply pharmacy services. So I worked full-time, but I worked in all of these environments basically on other people's day off. So I worked both in the retail stores and I spent time working in the hospital pharmacy, furnishing pharmacy supplies and pharmacy care in that hospital.
And that would have been in the late 70s and early 80s for 1 year you did that?
Yes, that would have been 1979 to 1980.
And then you said you used that background as a basis or as a foundation to go to medical school?
That's correct.
Where did you go to medical school?
I attended Southern Illinois University School of Medicine beginning in 1980, and I graduated in 1983 with my Doctorate of Medicine degree.
Did you have any area of specialty or board certification?
After graduating from medical school, I attended a family practice residency in Davenport, Iowa that was affiliated with the University of Iowa, and completed that residency in 1986, and shortly thereafter became board certified in family medicine.
What did you do thereafter?
Initially, I worked in a small family practice group in Illinois for approximately 2 years. At that point, I was recruited to Columbus, Ohio by Mount Carmel and moved here to work as an independent contractor initially for Mount Carmel in a family practice that they owned. Over the course of time, the arrangements changed, but I worked in that medical practice until the late around 2010, 2011, at which point I changed practice sites, though I was still working for Mount Carmel. In 2004, I was elected as medical staff president by the medical staff at Mount Carmel and served that term until 2006 when it expired. And at that point was hired by Mount Carmel as a vice president of medical affairs at Mount Carmel West Hospital. I worked both seeing patients and in the administrative role for several years. And in 2014, I became a full-time vice president of medical affairs for Mount Carmel West.
All right. So to summarize, you have some experience as a pharmacist, but the bulk of your career is in clinical practice is in family medicine.
That's correct.
And that would involve what people would commonly known as I have to go to a doctor for a checkup or I have an ailment. I would make an appointment with your office if you were my doctor and you would see me in your office.
Yes, I had an office-based practice to see patients for all the reasons that a family physician sees patients. I also saw my own patients in the hospital for quite some time and managed the care in the hospital probably until 2006.
Okay.
Can't remember the date exactly, but for that period of time.
So if one of your patients that you saw in the office on a regular basis ended up in the hospital for something, you would go and see them and check in on them?
Yes, I would see them, manage their care, round on them every day.
Is that still a common practice to your knowledge of family doctors?
No, it's quite rare now. Most primary care physicians keep themselves in the office, and when they have their patients in the hospital, they defer to a hospitalist to manage and coordinate the care in the hospital, and then see them after they're discharged back in the office again.
All right. And what year was it that you began transitioning from your family practice to being an administrator at Mount Carmel?
2006.
Okay. And what happened late? What was the position you eventually ended up in, and what year was that?
I was hired as a vice president of medical affairs in 2006, and that's the position I held until I left.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a vice president of medical affairs does on a day-to-day basis? What were your responsibilities? What was your typical day like?
There really was no such thing as a typical day. My job entailed many aspects of hospital administration and physician work. I was a liaison to the medical staff, and by that I mean I would explain to administration around policies, around regulations, around programming, how that would impact the medical staff. And I would also meet with medical staff members to try and explain that. So I would coordinate new policies, new regulations, new areas of care that the hospital might be implementing with the medical staff so they would understand there would be a seamless transition and they could provide the care that was necessary for those. I also was responsible for contracting physicians. I was responsible for making sure that there was call coverage through the emergency room of all the specialties who we provided care for at Mount Carmel, make sure there was 24/7 coverage for that, so call schedules. I was responsible for overseeing some of the quality and patient safety initiatives, and then other duties assigned, and there were lots of those.
You mentioned one of your responsibilities was to implement new policies and make sure those specialties were covered. In the year 2013, was there a trend in ICU care regarding having doctors there 24 hours?
Yes, there was.
Can you explain that trend to the folks here and explain what, if anything, you and your organization and you and Mount Carmel did?
Sure. Up until that time, it was accepted practice and the standard of care in many hospitals, I would say most hospitals, to have the ICU run like almost any other unit in the hospital. Patients were seen by their physician, but there wasn't necessarily a physician present in the ICU all the time. At Mount Carmel West, because we had a graduate medical program, we had internal medicine residents present even at nighttime, but we didn't necessarily have an attending physician on site. That began in the early 2010s to change. So the standard of care became to have a physician in attendance on site, or either on site or monitoring a computer that monitored these patients 24/7. We recognized that we needed to improve our coverage and stay current with the standards of care. So we entered into a program, or entered into an effort to devise a program where we could have ICU physician coverage 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The way we ended up implementing that program was to have our regular physicians that were critical care physicians already seeing the patients during the day to commit to being on site for 12 hours a day. And then we employed and hired critical care physicians to see patients at the nighttime, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. or thereabouts. So they would be on site, although patients were not necessarily admitted to their service. They were responsible for being there and taking care of the patients, admitting new patients, addressing situations that would arise during those off hours, whether that be developing instabilities or new problems or other problems that might need to be addressed. They were there to do that, and we implemented that program in 2013.
How many doctors did you hire in 2013 to cover the nighttime ICU in accordance with this emerging standard of care?
2 physicians.
What was the name of the first doctor you hired in 2013?
I don't remember the order of hire for the physicians, but we hired Dr. Hagris and Dr. Husel.
Do you recall if Dr. Hagris had any prior experience as a physician in a hospital when you hired him?
I believe he did, but I'm not sure what that experience was.
Do you recall if Dr. Husel had any prior experience working as a doctor in a hospital prior to you hiring him in 2013?
As I recall, his experience had been in association with his training, and this was his first job after training, was what we hired him for.
And do you recall where he received his training at as part of your hiring process?
The Cleveland Clinic.
And doctor, you've been in this field for your career. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether or not the Cleveland Clinic is an accredited, well-known, and or respected organization or training facility?
Cleveland Clinic is highly respected, has a great reputation for the care that they deliver, and our training programs are likewise held in high esteem.
And were these positions specifically for the night shift?
Yes.
Talking specifically about hiring Dr. Husel, does your hospital require board certification before hiring a physician for a particular area?
It requires that physicians either be board certified or on the track to get board certified.
Can you explain to the folks what that means? What does board certified mean?
There are boards of all the different specialties, whether it be internal medicine, emergency medicine, family medicine, critical care, pulmonology, cardiology. All the specialties have their own boards, which is an organization comprised of those specialists that determine what the minimum standards should be in terms of training and qualifications for a physician to be acceptable and able to practice medicine in that field.
And do you recall what was Dr. Husell's field of specialty?
Dr. Husel was initially trained as an anesthesiologist and then did a fellowship, I believe, in critical care medicine.
And critical care medicine is what they do in the ICU, right?
That's correct.
And doctors that are critical care specialists also have these separate certifications, like you said, internal medicine, in Dr. Husell's case, anesthesiology, et cetera.
That's correct.
And do you recall whether or not, when you hired Dr. Husell for his first job as a doctor in a hospital outside of training, whether or not he was in fact board certified in the area of anesthesiology?
I don't believe he was.
All right. And would this be normal for a brand new doctor not to be board certified at that point?
Depending upon the specialty, yes.
And do some specialties require experience working before you can even take that test to be board certified?
Yes, some specialties require private, not necessarily private, but independent practice after finishing training. And some also require there to be submission of patient charts for patients that you've seen after you've completed your training before you can qualify to take the examination to be board certified.
So is he hired under what's called a waiver exception to board certification?
Not initially. The requirements for the medical staff, the bylaws, require that a physician, as I said earlier, be board certified or on track and get board certified within 5 years after joining the medical staff.
And was Dr.
So
Husell...
there's no waiver required.
I'm sorry. What was the last part of your answer?
My core reporter asked, what was the last part of your answer, because two were talking at the same time?
Sure. There was no requirement for a waiver at that time because he still had a period of time after joining the medical staff to become board certified according to the bylaws and the rules and regulations. So it didn't require a waiver.
So he was one of those guys on track to get that, so he's okay.
That's correct.
As far as that requirement goes. All right. So did you meet personally with Dr. Husell during the hiring process in 2013?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the meeting you would have, without saying what people said, but generally what type of information would have been relayed to Dr. Husell regarding hospital policies, protocols, et cetera? What, in your mind's eye, look back and you're meeting with Dr. Husell, what are you telling him regarding expectations, et cetera?
Let me ask a question to just clarify what you're wanting. I met with him before he was employed, just as an introductory meeting, but then I also would meet with all physicians as they are joining the medical staff. So at the point that he was appointed to the medical staff, I would also meet with physicians as part of their onboarding and orientation process. Which one of those meetings are you referring to?
The onboarding and orientation process?
Okay. I would meet with, I don't remember the specific meeting with Dr. Husell, but I can tell you what my typical habits were regarding these physicians. I would meet with them, welcome them to the medical staff, explain to them that there are lots of policies, procedures, and regulations, along with medical staff bylaws and regulations as well. All of those are available online. We don't print huge binders and give to physicians. We make them available online. Recommend that all physicians become familiar with them, especially the ones that are appropriate to their particular field of practice. Other people would also be involved with the orientation, but I would want to make sure that physicians know who I am where I am and make myself available. If there are any problems, questions, or issues that come up, I'm always available. Please let me know how I can help. That would be the essence of the meeting.
And that would be in line with your role as a liaison between people like Dr. Husel and the hospital administration.
That's correct.
All right. Thereafter, would you ever have meetings with Dr. Husel or Dr. Hagris as part of your duties as the the vice president of medical affairs?
Yes, I would meet with with those physicians 2 or 3 times a year usually. Those are meetings to primarily touch base, check in for both of us, make sure if there were any issues that we would all have an opportunity to express those and get them resolved and addressed in a proper fashion. I wanted to make sure that they were aware that I hadn't forgotten about them because they only worked nighttime. I very seldom would see them in the normal course of working. But I wanted to make sure they were still engaged with the hospital and the medical staff. And so I would ask to meet with them, as I said, a couple of times a year to see how things were going, see if they had any questions or issues I could address.
All right. Looking back on the year 2014, were there any issues that either Dr. Husel or anybody brought to you regarding Dr. Husel?
No.
2015, any issues regarding Dr. Husel or that Dr. Husel brought to you, or issues that were brought to your attention regarding Dr. Husel?
No.
2016, same question.
No.
2017.
No.
2018. Were there any issues brought to your attention regarding Dr. Husel?
Not that I recall.
In October of 2018, did you have a conversation with Katie Barja?
Yes, I did, and I must correct my last statement. I got a little confused with years. In 2018, yes, I did hear of concerns.
Directing your attention to that concern. When is the first time, looking back in your mind's eye, you remember hearing anything about Dr. Husel regarding what we're here for today?
October 25th.
October 25th. Describe what you're doing. Describe the scene to the jury.
Well, there was a daily meeting of leaders in all the different areas at Mount Carmel West that occurred every morning, Monday through Friday at Mount Carmel West, and Katie Barja attended those meetings. After the meeting on October 25th, she approached me with a concern about Dr. Husel's practice.
All right. And for purposes of what you did next, what was that concern that Katie Barja approached you with?
There was a concern about the care of a patient the previous evening who was terminal and was being palliatively extubated, and high doses of a medication, higher doses than the pharmacy was used to seeing, were used on this patient, and they were concerned about that.
All right. I'm going to ask you some questions about your knowledge as a family physician and a family physician that followed his patients in the hospital. Were you familiar, based on your own experience, with what a palliative extubation was?
Yes.
All right. Did you ever yourself perform palliative extubations, the physical act of removing the endotracheal tube and turning off the ventilator?
Yes, I have, many years ago.
All right. So you're familiar when Katie Barja says a terminal patient and a palliative extubation. You know what she's talking about.
Yes.
All right. Did she describe to you the particulars of the dosing concern? The amount of the dose and the drugs involved?
Not that I recall.
Okay. What happened next in this conversation with Katie Barja?
We talked about referring this to peer review for review and investigation, And I agreed that that should occur, and she told me she had already referred that.
Okay, so is this an exchange of emails, text messages, a phone call, or are you face-to-face with Katie Barge at this point?
It's a face-to-face conversation.
All right. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what peer review is in general, how it works, when it meets, what's the purpose, etc.
Peer review is a quality, is an organization that is tasked with looking at the quality of care that's provided by a peer. So in this instance, this would be a group of physicians that are in same or similar specialties or have access to physicians that are in same or similar specialties that can look at the care of a physician, especially if there are questions raised about the care of a physician, to investigate whether it was appropriate, and if it was not appropriate, why that was, and how it should be remedied. It is a highly, what do I want to say, a confidential process. Its actions and results are not shared beyond the committee and those people who have access to confidential matters related to peer review.
All right. And when, if you know, does peer review, is it fair to call it a committee? Peer review committee? When does this peer review committee generally meet, and how often?
Usually meets monthly.
All right. And to your knowledge, in October of 2018, October 25th, when you said this conversation is taking place, to your knowledge, had peer review for the October month, had they met yet?
I believe they had.
All right. So if it's going to be peer reviewed, it's going to be in the November peer review?
I assumed that, yes.
All right. What's the next thing you remember regarding something about Dr. Hussell? What's October 25th, you have this conversation. Do you follow up? Do you start calling people? Do you talk to Dr. Hussell? Do you do any of that after that meeting with Katie Barge?
No, that was typically the responsibility of the peer review committee.
Okay. What's the next thing that
The next thing that I recall occurred on November 20th.
All right. So now we're not quite a month, but almost a month later. Right?
Yes. Yes.
And between October 25th and November 20th of 2018, had you done any follow-up? Had you heard from peer review? Had this been brought up in any fashion to you until November 20th?
No, it had not.
All right. We've heard from several witnesses. This is around Thanksgiving of that year, the week of Thanksgiving?
That is correct. This was the Tuesday prior to Thanksgiving.
What, if anything, did you hear next about Dr. Hussell?
It was a similar situation after that same meeting. Katie Barge approached me again and told me there was another concern. It was a very similar situation of a terminal patient undergoing a palliative extubation, and pharmacy had again raised concerns about a high dose of medication that was given much higher than they were used to seeing at that time.
Was this a face-to-face conversation, or was this through an email?
This was face-to-face.
All right. I'm going to try to show you what I marked as States Exhibit 20F. And it's okay to publish to share this screen. This is not it. This is the Zoom invite. This is not it. I need this one, November 19th. Okay, it should be right here, right? Nope, not there.
No, you need, did you get it? All right, so where is the document?
It should be on my desktop.
Where at?
It's still open in the,
She had them open for me.
yeah.
Okay, so lower that one. All right, so let's do this.
Go back there.
Where's your?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Let's see. Where's your? I need to enlarge this. Hang on.
Okay.
Shows. I don't know what you did, David.
I don't know what I did.
Okay.
I had share screen, I just
Yeah,
picked the
if you
wrong
could go
one.
back up here and stop share screen.
Stop share screen.
Now, go
Okay.
to share screen again,
Share screen
and
is
then
right here.
find the option where the PDF there.
Is that, but that's, I need
You
20
need
apps.
20
Still, you
Still
can
part of
open it, but it'll be a different tab at the top.
We're gonna figure it out.
Is this one?
No, it's this one here.
What's this?
It's November 19th. That's the second one.
And I don't know if I got that one from you or if it didn't, but I'll pull it up here,
Oh, we can't do it.
unless this is,
Try it.
This one? No.
then I don't
No,
have that one.
you didn't get this
I
one
don't
on?
think I did.
Okay.
Do you know where it's at?
I'm going to just ask them. Oops, let's go to stop share. Yep, if it wasn't scanned, it wasn't scanned. All right. So we're going to try this a different way, Dr. Swanner. My apologies. This is a new process for me. Did your attorney receive an email from Katie, a copy of an email from Katie Barja sent on Monday, November 19th to you? Sensitivity confidential. Do you have something like that in front of you or available to you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't have it in front of me yet. I think I do see something now.
All right. Is that
This is
dated?
what I have. I have an email dated 11/19, but it is not to me. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's the 21st. Bear with me, we're searching for the document.
I can put it on the overhead and just cut him out, though. Isn't that what it does?
No, let's try it. Let's see, take our chances.
Okay, I'm up.
Excuse me, can you describe the document more fully so we can look for it specifically?
Hold on for a second. Can you hit send off? He's in a conference in one of the other courtrooms right now. Okay, message him. David, the exhibit number you're working.
What's that?
What's the exhibit number you're working?
20F?
20F. Do you have a document that's labeled 20F there, doctor?
I don't think we do.
All right. We did not scan this one. My apologies.
Well, can we come back to this document?
We can come back to that. I think we can just, I think everyone agrees this is fair and accurate, and I can just talk about it. We can just get through it that way.
Any objection?
I agree that it's part of the rules of evidence as to accuracy. I think that's the trick. So,
Well, I mean, it's, otherwise, I mean, you don't want me, I don't have to go through this process.
Okay, I'll give a brief explanation here. What we're talking about is a concept called foundation. Okay, there's certain questions that have to be asked. Okay, we're not judging the evidence itself. We're judging whether that's a reliable copy of a document. Okay, we're not invading your space. Okay, we're just going through the formality of formation,
Thank you.
our foundation.
Did you want?
Well, Paul, we couldn't get a document up. We're going to work with it right now.
All right.
Thanks.
Well, can we just switch over here so the jury can see then State's Exhibit
Can you
20F?
get it to work there, Paul?
I think, no, I can't.
There we go. Doctor, can you see that? Can you hear me?
He can't hear, well, he can probably hear you, but you can't hear him at the moment.
All right. For the record, publishing what I've marked as State's Exhibit 20F. A document that starts with Katie Barja at the top, from Katie Barja, sent Monday, November 19th, 2018 to Larry Swan.
Okay, hold on. Doctor, can you see the document? I know you can't hear me. Review the I mean, we can't hear you. Review the document real quickly for us, and then we're going to take it off the screen and then talk to you. We'll give them enough time. I'm going to take a chance here. Okay, let's take it down. Were you able to see that document, Doctor?
I was, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all. All right. That says Katie Barja sent you an email on November 19th.
Yes, I saw it.
So you said the next thing you remember was November 20th? Could it have been November 19th that you were actually informed of the next incident?
Yes, it very well could have been. I apologize. I thought it was the 20th, but it obviously was the 19th.
All right. And once again, now, so this was not a face-to-face conversation, at least this document. Did you also have a face-to-face conversation with Ms. Barja on the 19th or the 20th regarding the second incident?
I was informed on the 19th face-to-face. I talked to her before I could see this email.
Okay. Is that email fair and accurate regarding what she told you about the concerns?
Yes.
All right. What, if anything, did you do then on the 19th after being told of the second incident regarding concerns of Dr. Husel in the ICU at night?
Objection. Leading.
Well, it's transitional. Let him have it. Do you understand the question, Doctor?
Yes and no. I need to clarify what's.
Stop. Let's have him rephrase the question for you. Okay?
What, if anything, did you do next?
Well, as I learned, as the email showed, that the peer review committee did not meet to look at the first case. And that was one of my first questions, was what's the status of the first case? Since we now had two of these in the course of less than a month. And I learned that the peer review committee canceled its meeting and wasn't scheduled to meet until December. At this point, I didn't want to wait until December because we had two of these cases. So I decided to undertake an investigation myself as best I could. So I looked at the voice reports that were available for these two cases, and also went into the patient medical record for both of these patients to see what was documented. I learned upon looking at those that we were looking at extraordinarily high doses of fentanyl and Versed that had been administered to these patients, which seemed to be much higher than I had seen before. So at that point, I tried to contact.
Hold on, Doc. We've got a sidebar on this one. Ladies and gentlemen, get to know each other some more. I don't see any loving going over there between you all. Come on.
What happened at home last night? Nothing. Oh, you got it. Oh, yes. I have to actually YouTube it. I'm getting closer out like stars. Anybody have anything that's one way? I was constantly on my week, I was constantly like 3 on the every
This is your mental health. You're talking to your lungs.
No, my yeah. We're up. I got to work with it. I don't even know. I just randomly tried to butter. We're not playing for money or anything else here. I missed it, yeah, recaps anyway, so all the good parts. So. That's true, yeah. I just came in at the very end. I walked in the house.
Let's bring back up the question. Go ahead.
Well, my question is after this email, what, if anything, did you do next? And he was describing what he did next and why he did that.
Okay, indulge me a bit, Doc. Would you repeat your answer, please?
Sure. I decided to start an investigation myself into these cases. I looked at the voice complaints regarding them. I also looked into the patient records and discovered high dose of fentanyl and Versed, much higher than I had personally seen used previously. That was
overruled.
Keep going.
That was quite alarming. I'm sorry?
Keep going.
Did
Okay.
you finish your answer?
That was,
Honestly, Judge.
I have not. I am continuing to
Finish your
answer.
answer. Doc, you were talking about
yes.
certain things, and then what did you do next?
I tried to contact Dr. David Ralston, who is the medical director of the intensive care unit at Mount Carmel West. I tried calling him several times. I texted him several times, but I couldn't get him on the phone. And so by this time, it was the end of the day, and I decided to continue my investigation around this the next day.
What happened next?
Well, I still couldn't get in touch with Dr. Ralston. He still didn't return my calls and texts. So I decided to contact Dr. Gina Moody. Dr. Moody.
I'm going to stop you there. Why are you
Yes.
trying to get a hold of Dr. Ralston? You described his title. Why was that important to you to get a hold of Dr. Ralston? What is his role at Mount Carmel at this time?
Dr. Ralston was the medical director of the intensive care unit, so he had some oversight responsibilities regarding the care that physicians provide there. I wanted to contact him to ask him if he was aware of these cases in specific, but in general, if he was aware of the utilization of fentanyl and Versed in patients in these situations at these doses. Perhaps there was a new protocol that I was not aware of, or perhaps there was some extenuating circumstances that wasn't evident in the medical record that I could find, and I thought he might have additional knowledge that would help me in my investigation of what was going on with these drugs and these patients.
But you weren't able to get a hold of them, is that right?
That is correct.
So what did you do next?
I contacted Dr. Gina Moody. Dr. Moody is also a critical care physician. At the time, she was the chairman of the Department of Internal Medicine, so she had medical staff leadership responsibilities. But actually, more importantly than that, she was a critical care physician who had seen patients like this, had treated patients like this, and I could ask her similar questions regarding the standard of care from her perspective.
What did you do next?
After talking to Dr. Moody, I tried to do some research online just regarding the dose of fentanyl in these situations to see what I could discover.
What did you do next?
Go ahead. By this time it was the 21st of November, and I was contacted about a third patient at that time.
November 23rd. Okay. I'm going to try this again because I do believe I have this one up. I'm going to show you what I've marked for identification purposes. It's this email. By agreement of the parties, we're going to publish 20E. Share screen. Share screen. It should be right there. Boom. Share. Can you see that, Doctor?
Yes, I can.
All right, and for the record, this is 20, God bless America. Yeah, 20E, all right. And it is, for the record, an email from Katie Barja. What's the date on that, please?
November 21st, 2018.
And that is to you, and who else?
Sean McKibben, who is the president of Mount Carmel West Hospital, and Dina Bush, who was the chief nursing officer, with a copy to Randy Miles, who was one of the directors in pharmacy.
All right, and the subject line?
Well, it happened again.
All right. And is this a fair and accurate copy of the email from Katie Barja that you received on Wednesday, November 21st?
Yes, it is.
So are we now on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving of 2018?
That is correct.
Okay. Stop sharing. What did you do next?
Well, I looked at this patient's chart also. I also contacted Dr. Dominic, who is the chairman of the Department of Anesthesiology, to get his input into the utilization of these drugs at these doses.
What happened next?
I had previously let Sean McKibben know that I was investigating 2 cases at that point. So I followed up with him to let him know there was a third case that was very similar. And he asked that, or he convened a meeting of Mount Carmel West leaders who had input into these areas of care in these situations that same day.
I'm going to stop you there. Do you recall what date this meeting occurred on?
November 21st.
That same day?
Yes.
And Sean McKibben, what's his role in the hospital?
He's the president of the hospital.
And who, if you recall, was convened to be at this meeting?
I was there. Dina Bush, the chief nursing officer, was there. Katie Barja was there. I believe there was a representative from pharmacy, though I can't remember exactly who that was. There was also one of the nurse managers who works in the ICU.
What happened next?
I believe, well, there was a discussion at that meeting, and a decision was made and agreed upon that for the time being until this could be more further investigated and resolved, that Dr. Husel should not be seeing patients anymore. And there was a discussion about how to accomplish that. I made the recommendation at that meeting, and it was agreed upon to take him off of the ICU schedule.
How would this prevent Dr. Husel from seeing patients?
I was aware that Dr. Husel was contracted by subsidiary of Mount Carmel that employs physicians, the Mount Carmel Medical Group, and his sole contracted work was working in the ICU. So if he was taken off of the schedule, he wouldn't be working seeing patients in the ICU, and that was the only place that he worked within the hospital. So this should adequately prevent him from seeing patients for the time being.
Was your investigation complete, or had definitive conclusions been made at this point?
No, we were still investigating. There were obviously concerns, but no definitive solution, no definitive answer had been determined.
If your investigation had revealed, hypothetically, that what Dr. Husel was doing was appropriate, would having him temporarily removed from his work schedule harm him reputation or career-wise in any way?
Sustained.
No.
No.
I apologize.
Answer.
May I ask the
We
basis?
had an objection,
Yeah, may I ask the basis?
our previous discussion. You're soliciting an opinion.
Oh, okay, I'll move on.
We'll just strike it.
I already struck it.
I apologize.
What happened next?
I tried to get in touch with Dr. Husel to inform him of this decision and had some difficulty doing so. It took some time to get in touch with him, but eventually I did get in touch with him that same day and informed him that concerns had been raised around the care of 3 of his patients, and this needed to be investigated. So for the time being, he would be taken off of the ICU schedule, and he did not have to report to work. We would let him know as things progressed what the next steps might be.
Just for full explanation, what difficulty or why did you have difficulty getting hold of Dr. Husel on this is all on the same date, the 21st?
Objection.
Okay,
Yes.
sustained to the format of the question. You're asking him to speculate.
I'm asking why he had difficulty.
Okay, that wasn't what your question was, but
Okay, I'll rephrase then.
rephrase.
Why did you have difficulty getting a hold of Dr. Husel?
Judge, objection.
Well, I'll let him answer that one.
I could not find a contact phone number for him. I asked the ICU if they had any information about that. I looked into his file,
Okay,
and
you've gone a little bit far. Let's next question.
All right. You were eventually able to get a hold of him and inform him that he's off the schedule, just for transition.
Yes.
that is correct.
What happened next?
I contacted Dr. Richard Streck. He was the Chief Clinical Operations Officer for the health system. So I informed him of the situation that we had, what we had found so far, and what actions we had taken.
Okay, so is it, you said, is that a Dr. Streck or who's he?
Yes, he is Dr. Streck, Dr. Richard Streck. He was essentially the Chief Medical Officer for the health system, but his title was Chief Clinical Officer.
What does a chief medical officer do? Can you explain that to the folks?
On a system level, he did much of the things that I did on a hospital level. He oversaw the care. He had a lot of different departments reporting to him. He was involved with strategic development from a physician's aspect, from a clinical aspect. As I said, many clinical operations reported to him, including quality and safety. I believe pharmacy may have reported to him at one point. So he oversaw the clinical operations in the entire health system.
And what, describe this entire health system. What does, when you're saying the entire health system, you're at Mount Carmel West, a particular hospital, you said.
Right.
What's the
Mount Carmel Health System? That's Mount Carmel Health System entails at that time 4 different hospitals: Mount Carmel West, Mount Carmel East, Mount Carmel St. Anne's, and Mount Carmel New Albany Surgical Hospital. It also had its own employment arm that employed physicians. The Mount Carmel Medical Group had its own Medicare Advantage insurance plan, Medical. Also owned and operated several outpatient practices from primary care to specialty.
Stop.
Yes.
Madam Court Reporter, what did you need?
What was the name of the Medicare plan?
Did you hear?
Medicare Advantage. Yes, I did. Medicare Advantage plan called Medigold, MEDIGOLD.
Okay, does that work for you, Madam Court Reporter?
Also, can you spell Dr. Streck's last name?
STRECK.
Okay, Mr. Stein, why don't you jump in and get us back where we need to be?
All right, so you inform, now you're informing the organization's level of management, right? That's when Dr. Streck's brought in?
That's correct.
What happens next?
I think next is when I spoke to Dr. Husel, I asked him to meet with me personally on Monday, November 26th. And I was going to try and get Dr. Ralston to attend that meeting as well. He agreed to do so. On Sunday, that would be the 25th of November, I believe. Dr. Ralston did return my messages, and I explained to him what was going on, what we had discovered, what we found. Asked him to, if he could join the meeting with Dr. Husel on Monday in my office, and he agreed to do so. So on Monday, Dr. Husel, Dr. Ralston, and I met. I'm sorry?
You both were talking
I'm sorry,
at the same time. Hold on, relax for a second, Doc. You both were talking at the same time. Ask him a new question.
Did this meeting occur on Monday, November 26th?
Yes, it did.
And looking back in your mind's eye, where did this physically take place? What time of day it was? Who was present?
It took place around noon in my office at Mount Carmel West. Dr. Husel, Dr. Ralston, and I were in attendance.
Okay. What, if anything, did you say to Dr. Husel at this meeting?
I explained to him what the concerns were regarding the doses of these medications. I believe I gave him the voice reports so he could see them. I explained to him what the concerns were and asked him about those dosages and what his intent was, why he was using dosages this high.
All right.
I also asked Dr.
Go ahead.
I also asked Dr. Ralston to explain what his usual way of caring for these patients and performing this procedure was on patients like this.
All right, very good. And I don't want, because of hearsay issues, not what Dr. Husel said, but can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury Dr. Husel's demeanor during this meeting?
He was fairly passive. He did not seem to be upset. He was collegial. He was cooperative at that time, but and answered my questions.
All right, and we're not getting into what he said. All right, so how do you recall this meeting ending regarding any conclusions? Were there any conclusions? Was there any resolution at the conclusion of this November 26th meeting?
I informed Dr. Husel that we were going to continue leaving him off the schedule for the time being. I thanked him for coming into the meeting. I think I said that I hope this could be resolved quickly, but we would be in touch after we had more information to share with them.
All right. Was Dr. Husel fired at this point?
No.
All right. What's the next thing you recall happening in this instance after the meeting? What happened next chronologically?
Later that same day, I had follow-up with Dr. Streck, and he indicated that he had asked the quality department to do some investigating into potential other cases and to run some reports to investigate further. And they did have a report back in response to his request. At some point that week, I was shown that report.
All right.
I don't know if I can speak to what the report showed, but.
Well, not yet. Let's talk about this report, how is that being done? And let me be more specific, directing your attention to, gosh, I don't even know what you call, do you know who Leslie Bowman is?
Yes, I do.
Who's Leslie Bowman and what does she do for the hospital?
She works in the quality and safety department. Can't tell her specific job responsibilities, but I know she did a lot of work with researching data and statistics, and that was done by a computer.
All right. So part of her jobs is to research data using a computer. Is that fair?
That is correct, yes.
Is she the person that is researching data using a computer regarding Dr. Husel?
Yes.
All right.
Hold on, Mr. Zion. Doctor, you've got this glare on your face from the sun coming in. Okay?
Okay.
I was just letting you know if someone could fix that. How are you holding up right now? Are you feeling okay?
Doing okay. What time would your normal break occur, Your Honor?
About 15 minutes from now.
Let's shoot for that.
Okay.
All right.
Excuse me, does it help if I sit back and pull the computer this way? Does that help the glare?
Okay, when you move forward is when the reflection comes off your face. Like you bend into the computer, like there, it's not bad there.
Yes.
But I think they fixed it, so.
Okay.
It was just annoying me. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, continue on.
Were the results of this report shared with you?
Well, first of all, may I indicate what the parameters of the report were?
Please.
So the request and the report looked at the previous 2 years and any patients not in an operating room who were on a ventilator receiving over 500 micrograms of fentanyl during their hospital stay while they were, I believe, while they were in the ICU. The report indicated there were several of these patients, more than the 3 that I had been investigating. All of those patients had those high doses of fentanyl ordered by Dr. Hussell throughout the Mount Carmel health system.
Was one of the parameters of this report specific to Dr. Hussell?
No, it looked at all patients, regardless of physician.
How many other physicians, and you said this was the whole hospital system?
Objection, Judge.
Okay, let's rephrase the question.
Was this report run for the whole hospital system?
Yes, it was.
So those 4 hospitals you described?
That is correct.
Outside of the OR, in the ICU, how many doctors in the whole hospital system were ordering 500 micrograms or above of fentanyl?
Objection.
Just one.
Stop. I'll permit the question. Go ahead and give the answer.
Judge, he's tested.
Just one.
Okay, let's go sidebar. If we take a break real quick, give my jury 15 minutes. Will that work for you, Doc?
Yes, it will. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember the admonition. We're back in 15 minutes and then we'll deal with this over here. Have a great break. Then we're going to sidebar.
Is this off now? We cool with him?
Yeah, he can't hear what we're doing right now.
Okay.
He's got his video and off. Let's approach that.
It's hard, it's the microphone issues, right? Because even if the delay, talk like when you start talking.
It's like a second to 2 second delay.
Just enough that it's throwing us off on our cadence.
Judge, if I could have just a moment, I think I'm going to withdraw the objection.
Okay.
Withdraw the objection. I'm just discussing it with Ms. Menashe, but I believe that's where I'm meeting right now.
So you want a minute to decide?
Yes.
Go ahead.
But I have a question. He said just one.
Even though it's all over the internet. Also relax.
You got to just be.
I'm under a doctor's care.
I know that those trolls out there, just get you the
that's right. That's good. But I think they should. Or even do.
I almost took my bench chair. Brought this one to him. Because that's one of the original ones that I got when I first came. It's a great chair.
They make special court reporter chairs that have like really nice seats on them and they're nice. Yeah, a little spendy, but it's probably worth it with as much as I sit in.
But court reporters complain about other stuff.
Oh, no, I know.
I learned a long time ago, chairs instrumental to your success.
It's on the other side.
You ready, Judge?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry, can you approach real quick? Closing the jury, when they're coming in.
Oh, I've already got them coming through the door. We're going to do on the side.
I don't think he's going to
Did we hit it on the record?
I don't think so. Mr. Bias?
Y'all can be seated. We just need one more second. Talk amongst each other. Thanks, guys. Doctor, remember you're still under oath.
I'm here.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
continue on.
Judge, for the record, the defense withdraws the objection.
Okay.
So, to get us back to where we were, Leslie Bowman is running reports, right?
Correct.
The parameters 500 or above of fentanyl outside the OR. Do you know if these patients were on ventilators?
I believe they were, yes.
Okay. And how many doctors in the whole system are doing this?
Just one,
And who is that doctor?
Dr. Hussell.
All right. What happens next? I think we left off chronologically with the timeline. You on Monday, November 26th, meet with Dr. Husel and Dr. Ralston. What happens next?
I had the conversation with Dr. Strack. Later that week, I also spoke to Dr. Philip Santa Emma, who is the medical director of the palliative care program at Mount Carmel. He is also the past president of the medical staff. I spoke to him about what we had found to get his input into what he thought about these drugs at these dosages. Because he's a palliative care physician, he has lots of experience at palliative extubation, taking care of terminally ill patients. I spoke to him. I spoke to Dr. Dominic again to get more information from him in terms of his opinion.
You mentioned Dr. Dominic. Who is Dr. Dominic, And what does he do at the hospital?
Dr. Dominic is the chairman of the Department of Anesthesiology at the time.
All right. What happens next? So this is that you had two conversations with Dr. Dominic, the chair of anesthesiology. What happens next?
There is also a meeting that occurs during that week with system executives to talk about the situation. That would be the CEO, Ed Lamb, General Counsel for Mount Carmel Health, Dr. Streck. I believe he called in other VPMAs from other hospitals, so they're made aware of the situation. And I frankly can't remember anyone else that was there, although I'm sure there were. So we had conversations about this, about ongoing investigation, informing the parent company Trinity as to what's going on.
I'm going to stop.
Those were the topics. Excuse me?
I'm going to stop you there, doctor. Yeah, this is the first time you've mentioned the parent company Trinity. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you can, the structural organization of Mount Carmel as far as whether they are an independent company, what a parent company is, etc.?
Sure. As we discussed previously, Mount Carmel is a health system of its own, but it is also owned and operated by a larger national health system, Trinity Health, which owns, I don't know how many, close to 100 hospitals nationally and some other health systems nationally, but they are the owner and the parent corporation of Mount Carmel Health.
And what date, if you can recall, was, to your knowledge, Trinity informed of Dr. Husell's dosing habits during palliative extubations in the nighttime ICU?
I don't know. The meeting that I attended with Mount Carmel Health executives occurred about the 28th of November, I believe, and it was discussed, but I was not part of actually informing them. So from the point that it was discussed that we need to do that, I believe they were informed after that meeting at some point, but I can't tell you exactly when.
Okay. What happens next in your mind's eye, looking back, big meeting around November 28th, what happens next?
The next thing I recall is the following week, which was December 4th. I was called into an executive meeting with the CEO, as well as the Dr. Streck, the Chief Clinical Officer for the health system. I was informed that an external peer review of some of these cases had been performed, and the review,
Okay.
so we'll talk about what I was told about the review.
Doctor, stop.
You said you were informed that an external peer review? Is that the word you used?
Yes.
Tell us what an external peer review is.
That's an evaluation of the care of a patient or patients that is performed by a peer, just like we spoke about peer review earlier. But this time it is a doctor or group of doctors that are not part of the Mount Carmel Health System.
Okay. So that happens. What happens next?
I was given a letter by the CEO to deliver to Dr. Husel that informed him of a summary suspension of his privileges at Mount Carmel Health.
What date, if you recall, did that occur on?
I was given the letter on the 4th of December. Then I delivered it to Dr. Husel on the 5th of December.
And when you say delivered, was this something you mailed, emailed, texted? How did you deliver it to them?
I contacted him and asked him to come to my office, and he came to my office on the 5th of December, and I hand-delivered the letter to him. There were 2 copies of it. He was asked to sign 1 copy and return it to me so I could return it for his file at the system office.
Okay. So is he fired yet?
No, it's strictly about his privileges to practice at the hospital.
What happens next?
There were also ongoing, there had been several meetings of executives within the hospital. I spoke about the one on the 28th. I also attended other meetings. And there were conversations in those meetings at that point about communication. Who should this be communicated to? How should it be communicated to? And a decision was made to inform law enforcement about this. And I was asked to be a part of that communication to them. And so on the later on December 5th, I, along with Sean McKibben, I believe Hospital General Counsel was there, but I can't say that for sure, met with the county prosecutor and one of his attorneys.
Would that have been Ron O'Brien and Jimmy Lowe, if you recall?
Yes, it would.
All right. What happened next?
After that meeting with them, the 2 days later on the 7th of December, Columbus police detectives came to Mount Carmel. I met with them, and they said they wanted to talk to hospital personnel that were involved with the care of these patients, and they began to do that.
I was going to say, when did they want to talk to them?
As soon as possible. They started, I believe, that day.
Had any of these personnel been talked to about what was going on regarding Dr. Husel and the investigation you and your colleagues were conducting?
I am not sure. I don't have a list of who they spoke to. It occurred on, much of that, the interviewing occurred on the floor next door to my office. So I saw nurses and pharmacists coming and going into that room with the detectives, but they did not give me a list or tell me exactly who they were talking to.
All right. What happened next?
I attended several meetings that occurred on a daily basis that included Mount Carmel Health executives as well as Trinity Health executives. And so there were ongoing conversations about the status of the situation, communication, who should be communicated, what should be communicated, how should that be communicated. So there were several discussions about that. I was not involved in decision-making, but was involved in the plan to communicate. It was decided that patients' families should be communicated about what we had discovered and what occurred, and a script was put together, and I was asked to be involved with the communication to patient families along with several other physicians. I believe we began to do that shortly after Christmas in December.
You said a script was put together to talk to family patients and to the patients' families that were affected?
Yes, so that the intent was there be consistent communication so everyone heard the same thing, and it was an intent, I believe, I was told, to...
Okay, sustained. Let's, as of the intent issue, go ahead.
All right. Well,
Yes.
I believe you're explaining, I asked why a script was put together. And can you explain why a script was put together?
Objection. He said he did not have any input on the script.
I think he said he did.
I think you did. So, doctor, can you answer the question?
I can. The intent of the script was to make sure there was...
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Let me see. You're talking about your understanding of what the intent was?
Yes.
Okay.
Your understanding of the intent was?
That there be consistency in the communication so everyone heard the same thing. And there was also several points that needed to be made, and some aspects that we were instructed not to talk about.
All right. And did you actually yourself participate in any of these phone calls to patient families?
Yes, I did.
All right. do you recall who else was involved in calling patient families regarding the dosing habits of Dr. Husel in the nighttime ICU during palliative extubations?
The chief nursing officer, Dina Bush, was making some of these phone calls. Dr. Santa Emma, the palliative care medical director, was involved. Dr. Streck made a few calls. I believe Dr. Tom Brady made a few calls. Dr. Brady is a hospitalist and he was president of the medical staff at the time.
All right.
There may have been others, but I don't remember who else may have been making phone calls.
Why, if you know.
Excuse me, I do remember. I'm sorry. Dr. Ralston made some of these phone calls too. I just remembered.
And Dr. Ralston, you identified as the head of the ICU that you were trying to get a hold of when this first broke?
Yes, he was medical director of the ICU.
All right. And why, if you know, your understanding, why are you contacting these patient families at this time?
Objection.
Hold on.
Okay, I'll permit it. You can answer the question.
There was a consensus that Mount Carmel wanted to be transparent about finding this.
Objection. Judge.
And
That's right.
it was the patient
I'm going to
families.
stop you there, please. There's an objection.
Denied. Doctor, do you remember where you were at?
Yes. There was a decision that Mount Carmel wanted to be transparent about finding this, and we felt that the patients' families deserved to know when we had discovered areas of concern regarding their loved ones' care, especially with an issue like this, that it was felt may have actually shortened the lives of these patients.
Okay, stop for a second. I'm going to talk to the jury. We're talking about a process of what they're going through, okay? Of why they may do something. That's the purpose for you to consider this. Do you understand that? Okay? Mr. Zion.
What happens next?
These patient phone calls take a long time to conduct. It takes several days trying to find next of kin, trying to contact them. It's not necessarily an easy, straightforward process, but that's accomplished. There is also communication that's put together that around the Mount Carmel colleagues, the employees, as well as to release to the media and go from there to the public.
All right. So I'm going to ask about something a little different now, so I don't forget. We had talked about Dr. Husel's not being board certified, but on track to be board certified when he was hired. Remember that?
Yes, yes.
And then you testified, all this came to light, and he is suspended when you hand-delivered that letter to him on December 5th of 2018.
Yes.
When he is suspended, had he taken the test to become board certified at this point?
No, he had not.
And he had been at the hospital at this point for 5 years?
That's correct.
All right. So at this point, should he have been board certified in anesthesiology to continue his employment?
Yes.
What, if anything, is being done about his lack of board certification, either prior to or simultaneous with the events of October, November, December of 2018?
Dr. Husel's appointment to the medical staff was set to expire in December of 2018. So a few months earlier, he had filled out an application for reappointment to the medical staff, as is typical for most physicians, if they want to stay on the medical staff. That application is then processed and researched And it was determined that he had not achieved his board certification at that point. So he was presented to the credentials committee, and he was notified that he was now outside the guidelines and the requirements of the medical staff for board certification. He had followed up with a letter requesting a waiver to allow him to take his board certification exam. In that letter, he had indicated that he had already scheduled to take it in May of 2019. So that was looked at his reappointment meeting with the credentials committee, and that waiver was approved. It's very typical to approve those waivers, and so that was consistent with how that had been dealt with other medical staff members in the past. So that waiver was approved for 1 year. So he was not required to be board certified, but was allowed to take the board certification exam, and within 1 year that would be looked at again, and he should be board certified by then.
So in fairness to Dr. Husel, that is nothing extraordinary that a new doctor after 5 years would be asking for a waiver for a year just to get the test done.
It's not that common, but it does happen, I would say probably a half dozen times a year.
All right. Now, is that what you do? That tract of recertification and all that jazz, is that what you're doing at the same time you're investigating them, or are those other people doing that?
Well, I do sit on the credentials committee. It is the credentialing office that tracks all of that and determines if criteria and requirements have been followed and presents that to the credentials committee. I do sit on the credentials committee. I did sit on the credentials committee at that time. So I was present for that. So I heard all of that presentation.
All right. And after he was suspended on December 5th, was he thereafter re-credentialed to be on the Mount Carmel hospital staff?
No.
What happens next after these phone calls are made to the patients' families that were affected by the dosing habits of Dr. Husel in the nighttime ICU?
We continue to investigate. As I said, other communication plans are put together, continue to meet on a regular basis, and eventually in January, I was put on administrative leave and taken out of the loop, so to speak.
You say communication plans were developed. What is that? Who's doing that?
Well, most of those, just like the script that we talked about earlier, most of those were put together by the communications department. They involved video recordings that would be made, that the plan was to show those to Mount Carmel colleagues, also a video to be made to be released to the media. And then, of course, with anticipation was the media would show this to the public. There was some education about interacting with the press and the media that was done to those of us that might be involved in that.
All right. And so Mount Carmel has its own department that deals with this?
It does have a communications department, although there was external consultants contracted to deal with this issue. This was above and beyond what the typical experience and requirements were for our communications department.
You said outside, what was the word, outside consultants?
Yes.
So like a public relations firm, is that a way to put it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Not associated with Mount Carmel?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you speak to any of these public relation firms hired by the hospital to deal with this?
I was involved with them in some of the education programs that were put together and some of the discussions about what needed to be, they asked my opinion about what needed to be communicated to the various constituents that these different communication plans were being designed for. So I interacted with a few of them.
All right. Are you aware of whether or not, besides law enforcement, any other authorities were notified by Mount Carmel or Trinity Health?
Yes, that there's a requirement because of certain certifications, and since we had this, we had to notify CMS,
What's
which
CMS?
is who, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. It's the federal government that oversees and administers Medicare. We had to notify them. I believe we also notified the Board of Pharmacy about this. Board of Nursing was notified. Can't remember. We had to notify, I believe, the Board of Medicine, and we had to report to the National Practitioner Data Bank regarding Dr. Husel being suspended from the medical staff.
So it wasn't just the police, it were all these other, in your world, authorities, regulatory bodies?
That's correct.
And when you say we notified, is that you proactively reaching out to them, or are they coming to you and saying, we want to know what's going on?
Mount Carmel took the initiative and notified them themselves. They didn't wait to be contacted.
All right, Doctor, I'm just going to ask you a few more questions here. You got to the point in your memory of the chronology of what happened by saying you're being involved in the communication efforts, et cetera. And then what happens in January to you, employment-wise?
On January 25th, I was put on administrative leave.
What does that mean?
Well, that means that I'm still employed by the organization, but have no responsibilities, and basically I was told to not come to work anymore until further notice.
All right. How long did that administrative leave last?
Until July 11th.
What, if anything, happened on July, and this is 2019?
That's correct.
What, if anything, happened on July 11th, 2019?
I was called into a meeting with Mount Carmel Health System executives and terminated.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time, Doctor.
Mr. Vice, you need, what, 10 minutes to get set up?
Yes, please.
We'll take a quick 10-minute break, ladies and gentlemen, and get back to it. Remember the admonition?
All right.
Have a great 10 minutes.
Do you need any of this stuff up here?
Yeah, you can do it.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe so.
Mr. Zion?
Yeah, Judge, just so long as the proper foundation is laid prior to anything being shown to the jury. That was my only concern with logistics of this. And I've been assured by Mr. Baez that would be, nothing's going to be shown of him saying, I don't know what that is, and then.
And what's this over here on the side?
That's in case I need to write something down, Judge. Rather than switch off to the Elmo, I figure I could write it down just as easily, quicker, kind of flow a little easier. If I need to write something down.
So it's demonstrative in purpose?
Just demonstrative.
Okay, let's see how this works.
All rise.
You may be seated. Doctor, you're still under oath. Mr. Baez, you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. May I please support?
You may.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that's not a precursor to what's about to go. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Dr. Swanner, you are actually in the Arena District right now, right?
Yes, right now.
Okay, you're in the law firm of Mount Carmel?
I'm in the law firm of Jones Day.
Well, you're the law firm that represents Mount Carmel, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I believe they do.
I'm gonna give him a little leeway here, but
Now, I understand your back issues, but there was nothing that precluded you from arriving at your lawyer's office today, was there?
I don't understand the question.
Well, I'll just come right out and ask you. Is the reason you're there on Zoom versus live here in court is because perhaps cross-examination might not go so smoothly?
Objection, Your Honor.
sustained argumentative.
Are you aware of, was the decision made to be present at your lawyer's office a few blocks away as opposed to coming here live in court, had anything to do with cross-examination?
No.
Okay. Now, but as so far we're good as far as your back is concerned today, right?
So far, so good.
Okay, if you have any issues, please let me know and I'm more than happy to pause my examination. Okay?
Thank you.
All right,
Yes.
sir. I'm going to try and go chronologically and see if we can, and I'll try not to bounce around too much. Picking up where Mr. Zion mentioned about Dr. Hussel's board certifications, fact of the matter is he actually took the written portion of the board certification, correct?
You mean prior to reappointment?
Correct, yes.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and in fact, he passed that on the first try, correct?
I don't recall if it was first try or not.
Okay, but you were aware he passed, right?
Yes,
Okay, and that all he had left was the oral portion of that exam, correct?
that's correct.
And kind of hard to study for an oral portion of an exam if you're working full shifts over at the ICU, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I can't answer, I don't know how his study, what his study habits are, how he felt he needed to prepare for that.
If you don't know, that's okay. That's an acceptable answer, okay? I'm going to ask you several other questions. So taking some of what was covered in direct examination, you mentioned that none of the nurses had ever in the 5 years employed with Mount Carmel had ever come with any complaints about Dr. Husel, correct?
That's correct.
And no other physicians also ever complained about him.
That's correct.
No other pharmacists ever came to you and said, we got a problem with Dr. Husel.
That's correct.
And that was in 2014, 15, 16, 17, up until the October of 2018, correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, his contract was renewed 2 times while working for Mount Carmel, correct?
I don't know details about his contract.
So you have no idea how many times Mount Carmel renewed his employment contract?
Sustained.
Would that be something that's under your supervision, sir?
No.
Okay. Now, in 2014, he was in fact given an award as Doctor of the Year, correct?
That's correct.
And this was given to him or recommended to be given by other physicians, correct?
I'm not sure exactly how that award was determined.
Okay, so
I thought it was nursing staff, but I don't know.
I'm going to show you what is a defense exhibit H1.
Okay.
And if you give us a moment, we're going to bring that up. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and if you could scroll up just a little bit, David. Now, that's your signature on the bottom left-hand corner, correct?
Yes, it is.
So one could say that as far as Dr. Husel is concerned, you think at this time he's doing a pretty good job.
Yes.
Okay, and you're also aware that in 2018, he was nominated again for this award, wasn't he, sir?
I don't recall that.
And of course, that award was not given to him.
Objection,
Because-
Your Honor. The answer is I don't know anything about that. They don't-
Okay, well, you're testifying, let's,
I'll move on, Judge, it's not important. So, sir, in addition to this, you actually met with Dr. Husel about 2 times a year to go over his care, correct?
It was not a review of his practice. It was more of a checking in, how are things going sort of meeting. So it wasn't really a review or performance evaluation.
And that's, but
is
that's
there
what,
a reason why the exhibit's
okay, we
involved?
can take that down. But Doctor, that's typical of what you do with all physicians, right?
No, not all physicians.
Well, those in the
I
ICU.
specifically did that with the nighttime ICU physicians.
Okay, and you also met with Dr. Hagris a couple times a year,
Yes, the same meeting.
as well as other staff members at the ICU?
I don't recall meetings with other staff members necessarily. Dr. Ralston was present at those meetings, and there would be other staff meetings or other staff members at other meetings I would have, but not specifically for that I called or that I reached out to. There would be ICU quality meetings that I might attend that other staff members would also be in attendance. There were medical department meetings that physicians would be at that I would also attend. So I would interact with the medical staff.
I'm sorry, doctor. Let's stick to just my question, okay? My question was, you met with other healthcare professionals, and your answer was no?
My answer is
Or you don't recall?
I wouldn't, well, no, I
Let
wouldn't.
him answer, okay? Go ahead, doctor.
Thank you. I would not schedule specific meetings with all other medical staff meetings the way I scheduled them with Dr. Husel and Dr. Hagris. So no, not like that, but yes, in other situations, I would meet with medical staff members.
And the purpose of your meeting with the doctors at ICU was just to check on how things were coming along and to see if there were any issues or any concerns to be discussed, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as you were made aware during these meetings, there was nothing of the kind to discuss.
That's correct.
Okay. And now, as far as your position is concerned, you are the Vice President of Medical Affairs, right?
Was, yes.
Okay, well, at this time, I'm talking about the relevant times.
Yes.
That's pretty high up there in terms of the chain of command at this hospital, is it not?
Yes, I would say one of the top 3 at the hospital administratively.
But as it related to the doctors, nurses, pharmacists, you're the man in charge, right?
Pharmacy and nursing did not report to me, no.
Obviously, you had significant input should an issue arise at the pharmacy, right?
If it impacted the medical care and the medical staff, yes.
Okay, so these were your people, right? The employees, the healthcare providers, the healthcare professionals at Mount Carmel were under your charge, correct, sir?
They did not all report to me. We were colleagues, we interacted, we worked together in a collegial fashion, but they did not report to me.
I'm not asking if they actually directly reported to you. My question, I guess, is you're in charge of them, though, correct? I mean, if something...
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm not even finished with the question.
Okay.
I'm trying to clarify it for the witness.
Ask the question.
Sure.
I'll note the objection for now.
If there's an issue as it relates to the medical care, these are your people, right?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll give it to him. Can you answer it, Doc?
I was available and the leadership at Mount Carmel West all made ourselves available. If there were concerns or issues, yes, people could come to me and tell me about them. If it involved the medical care of patients and impacted, obviously, the medical staff, then yes, I would get involved in investigating and resolving those issues.
All right, so let's go over an issue then, sir. You testified under direct examination that the first report came in, and that was the first you had heard of it was on October 25th, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And you stated that, and I want to make sure I got your statement correct, that the doses were dose amounts that the pharmacy had not seen before, correct? Remember testifying to that earlier?
I remember testifying to that. I don't remember my specific words, but yes, the pharmacy was concerned because these were much higher doses than they were used to seeing.
Okay.
Of these drugs.
But you learned later on that they in fact were used to seeing these doses, correct?
I'm sorry, could you define used to seeing?
Yes. You later on learned that this was Dr. Husell's routine practice to be aggressive with pain meds as it related to palliative withdrawals, correct?
Yes, I did.
So, and you were also aware, and you also learned that the pharmacy, that numerous pharmacists had approved both prospectively and retrospectively many of these patients' doses, correct?
Yes.
So when you told this jury earlier that the pharmacy had not seen these doses or that they were not used to them, it's not exactly true, is it, sir?
Objection, Your Honor, that was not his testimony.
I agree.
No, I'm talking about the fact, not his statement, Judge.
His statement, Your Honor, if we.
Well, you're impeaching him, evidently attempting to.
No, Judge, I'm just pointing out that it's not true.
That was not his testimony, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Thank you.
All right. Now, sir, you are actually in a unique position because you were once a pharmacist, right?
That's correct.
And you were aware, well, you are aware that, of course, that these drugs that we're discussing are controlled substances, right?
Yes.
And you became aware that there was an issue at the pharmacy as far as not being in control of controlled substances, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that the pharmacy is answerable, has to answer to the DEA in reference to what they do, their procedures, and whether in fact they have control of controlled substances, correct?
Yes.
You're also aware that if the pharmacy is not in control of controlled substances, that this is a direct violation of the CMS, which is the Center of Medicaid and Medicare Services, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that they would be the pharmacy would be in immediate jeopardy by CMS of being able to see patients who are Medicaid and Medicare service patients, correct?
They were at risk of that.
Yes, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, the pharmacy was placed in immediate jeopardy because of their lack of control of controlled substances, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you're a hospital administrator, right?
Yes.
You're aware that Mount Carmel can't operate without Medicaid and Medicare patients, right?
Correct.
And that could potentially shut the whole hospital down, right?
Yes, it could.
Now, I want to show you what the prosecutor showed you in 20F, the State's Exhibit 20F. He's going to bring that up right now. This is an email that was forwarded to you by Katie Barga, correct?
Yes.
Now, at this time, you see that she wanted to bring something to your attention with this email, right?
Yes.
And if you look at the last paragraph here, it says, I wanted to copy you as well, since pharmacy is concerned that the nursing staff is overriding Pyxis to obtain and administer these meds. Do you see that?
Yes.
And she goes on to say, I will keep you updated on the progress and send you an optional invitation to this meeting. Do you see that?
Yes.
So Ms. Barga is bringing to your attention at this point that there's something going on at the pharmacy, right?
Yes,
That's all. That's my question. Now, let me ask you this. Was it brought to your attention that the pharmacists were concerned about potential diversion because of the way these meds were being scanned?
there was conversation about diversion after these three cases were brought to my attention.
Okay. And as a former pharmacist and the third guy in charge, that was pretty important for you, right?
Yes.
Now, you stated that you went over your testimony. Actually, let me ask you this. In any of your direct examination today, did you testify about anything going on at the pharmacy?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And having said, after you testified about the voice reports, and in fact, as part of the procedure of the voice reports, it's mandatory to bring it to the attention of the actual provider, correct? Which would be Dr. Husel.
I don't remember the exact regulatory rules around voice reports, but typically I would.
Okay, so I'm going to go over what's mandatory and what you do typically, since because of your answer, sir. You're aware that the physician has to be notified of a voice report within 48 hours of having a voice report lodged against him or her, correct?
I don't recall that.
Is that your typical way of doing business with voice reports, sir? To notify them within 48 hours?
Not necessarily, no.
So typically, how long does it take you to finally get to the person who people are complaining about?
It depends on the situation.
Okay, so let's talk about this situation then. You stated after receiving these voice reports, excuse me, that you started an investigation yourself, right?
Yes, yes.
You would agree that the best thing to do is to hear it straight from the horse's mouth, right?
Are you asking his opinion?
Well, as someone investigating something, sir, best person to talk to is the actual doctor, right?
That's one of the factors involved.
Okay. Also a good idea to perhaps go over the medical records with the doctor, is it not?
Depends on the situation.
Okay.
Not all voice reports are about medical care that would have anything to do with the medical record.
I'm asking you, sir, specifically about this, about your investigation that you said you conducted, that you told us today you conducted. My question to you, sir, is pretty good idea to go over the medical records and give the doctor a chance to explain himself, right?
Yes.
And it's also a pretty good idea to get these records, right?
What do you mean by get the record?
Before I ask you that, you didn't do that in your investigation, did you, sir?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you're talking about, I'm talking about earlier. Not until after he was placed on leave did you talk to him, correct?
It was after he was taken off of the schedule that I talked to him.
He was in fact placed on leave on, I'll get the exact date for you. Look that up. Sir, do you know the date that Dr. Husel was officially placed on leave while we're looking this up?
We made the decision to take him off the schedule on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, November 21st, 2018.
And was it not decided at the executive meeting on the 19th that he would be placed on leave?
No, that was decided on the 21st.
Okay.
If you're
So,
equating leave with being.
I request the witness be allowed to answer.
Let's stop and answer your question.
You would agree, sir, that November 21st is before November 26th when you actually met with Dr. Husel, right?
Yes.
So before ever placing this doctor on leave, a person that works for you under your supervision, you never even spoke to him, right?
That's correct.
And you never even spoke to the nurses who were present at the bedside on any of these patients, did you, sir?
No, I did not.
You also, as part of your investigation into the matter, never went and spoke to the pharmacists who had either prospectively or retrospectively or simultaneously approved these meds, correct?
Correct.
And you would characterize this investigation as a thorough one, sir?
I would.
Okay. Sir, you realized at the time of you conducting this investigation that one, it was a serious matter, correct?
Of course.
And you're talking about patients, which is a serious matter?
Yes.
And you're talking about the life and career of one of your employees, that's a serious matter?
Yes.
Okay. And yet, you didn't find it necessary to speak to the doctor himself or any of the nurses or pharmacists or witnesses who were involved in any of these patients, did you, sir?
Eventually, I talked to Dr. Husel, but you're correct. I didn't talk to him before he was put on leave.
Okay. Now, you did say that you looked at the patient's charts prior to the meeting, correct?
That's correct.
So you had a little more information as far as only what was put in the records, right?
Correct.
Now, you would agree, sir, that many of your employees, well, all of your employees are different, right?
Yes.
And some are good at their entering progress notes in the medical records, and some are not so thorough, right?
That's correct.
And what a nurse, doctor, pharmacist, or other healthcare provider puts in a medical record is completely what they think might be relevant, right?
I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as an opinion.
I guess what I'm trying to get at, Dr. Swanner, is there's only so much you can get from a medical record, right?
That's true.
Okay. Now, in fact, the best way to find out what's going on with a patient is to speak to those who are actually at the bedside, right?
Not necessarily.
Would you agree that it would be good to know what those at bedside are saying?
Depends on their memory and their motives.
Okay. Well, we'll get into motives in a bit, but let's stick to the investigation that you conducted. Now, you stated that you met with Dr. Husel on the 26th after he had been placed on leave, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, sir, when Mr. Zion was questioning you, you testified under oath that Dr. Husel's demeanor, you were asked about his demeanor. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that he was passive, but participated and was collegial. That's how you described Dr. Husel's demeanor at this meeting today in court under oath, right?
That's correct.
Do you recall having to give a statement to the police as to what occurred at that meeting?
Yes.
And you labeled it note to chart?
Excuse me?
You labeled that statement, note to chart.
Yes, I did.
Okay. It's a little bit of a medical term to be given to the police, right?
Note to chart?
Yes.
I don't consider that medical. I don't know.
Well, having said that, you in fact told the police after being confronted about whether Dr. Husel was, his doses were perhaps hastening the death of patients, you said Dr. Husel seemed shocked by the comment. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's not passive, is it?
My description of him being passive did not mean in a specific moment. It meant the overall meeting.
But you
He was
didn't
not
tell.
aggressive.
I'm sorry, go ahead, I cut you off. Please continue.
He was not aggressive. He wasn't pacing. He didn't stand up and pound on the table or anything like that. Yes, he was shocked, and that's not necessarily a passive reaction. But overall in the meeting, his demeanor was rather passive.
Okay, I didn't ask you, I don't believe the prosecutor asked you if he was aggressive or violent. I'm asking, I believe he asked you for your demeanor, correct?
Okay.
Yes,
Did I
I'm
hear an
defining
objection?
passive.
Okay, stop, Doc. Reason?
Argumentative, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
I'll move on. I don't really know how that was argumentative. I asked him.
Okay, I made my ruling,
Sure.
okay?
Okay. Sir, you also gave an interview to Human Resources about that meeting, did you not?
I spoke to a human resource person from Trinity.
Correct. And when describing Dr. Husel's demeanor during that meeting, you said he was sad, contrite, and sincere. Did you not, sir?
I don't recall the specific words I used in that meeting.
Okay, but you wouldn't argue with the fact that perhaps you told Human Resources that Dr. Husel was sad, contrite, and sincere, correct?
True.
Now, in your two-page or one-page and one-paragraph statement to the police, you don't say anything about him being passive here, correct?
I would have to look at the document. I don't remember especially what's in it.
Okay, I believe we emailed your lawyer a copy of that note to chart. Do you want to take a moment
Yes.
to review it? Do you feel you need to do that, to know that you never
Yes.
say anything about passive
Okay,
here?
stop. Proper question.
I think I finished the question, Judge.
No, then you strike the question, you disregard the question. If you're gonna do what you're doing, do it in the right format.
Yes, sir. Do you feel you need to look it over, sir? Or do you feel comfortable?
Yes, please.
Okay. I believe, how close is your lawyer to you right now?
Okay.
I have the document in
Hold
front of
on,
me.
stop. Do you have the document in front of you? Review it, and then we'll ask you if it refreshes your memory.
Okay.
Does that that refresh your memory?
Yes, it does.
Go ahead, then.
Did you say anything about him being passive, sir?
No,
Say anything about him being collegial?
no.
Okay. And during this meeting, what you did was you also asked Dr. Ralston what his routine and his practice is, right?
Correct?
And Dr. Ralston did that, correct, at the meeting?
Yes.
And subsequent to this, well, before I go any further, it's fair to say, doctor, or you would agree, that equally trained and equally qualified doctors can have two completely different opinions, right?
Yes.
And in fact, one could be right, one could be wrong, both could be wrong, and they both could be right, right?
True.
Okay. Now, Dr. Ralston is trained in internal medicine, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that Dr. Hussel's trained in anesthesiology, right?
Yes.
You're also aware that he was also, and that was at the Cleveland Clinic, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that he had a fellowship in critical care as well, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he's the only doctor at Mount Carmel West who's both trained in critical care and anesthesiology, is he not?
That's true.
Okay, so whatever doctor you may ask at Mount Carmel about Dr. Hussel's dosing habits are trained differently, are they not?
Yes.
Now, having said, after Dr. Ralston gave his way of doing things, the three of you discussed about starting a committee, right?
There was discussion about a collaborative group of people working together to design a more rigorous standard care of these types of patients. I wouldn't call it a committee.
Okay, well, pardon me for mischaracterizing it, sir, but basically what you wanted to do is develop a policy, right?
I didn't necessarily say I wanted to do that, but there was discussion about the possibility of doing that.
And you asked Dr. Husel if he would participate in that committee or whatever you want to call it.
I don't recall specifically if I asked him or Dr. Ralston asked him or he just offered, but there was discussion that if that occurred, he would be interested in participating.
And would you like to review the last sentence of the statement you made to the police?
Sure.
Let me know when you're done.
Are you speaking of the next to last sentence of the document?
No, the very last sentence of the first page.
Oh, on the first page.
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, you in fact stated to the police that Dr. Husel was supportive of the concept and agreed to be part of a group that would draft such an order set. Did you not, sir?
I did.
Now, subsequent to this, at the conclusion of this meeting, you actually patted Dr. Husel on the back and told him not to worry, that he would not lose his job. Do you recall that, sir?
No, I do not.
Okay. So it's your testimony, sir, that you never made or implied in any way that he'd be working back in no time?
No, I could not promise that. There was still an investigation of serious matters. I could not promise that to him.
Okay. These serious matters were so serious that, of course, you wanted him to be part of this committee, correct?
I never agreed to form that group. That was the possibility that was discussed in the meeting. There was
Okay.
no definite decision made to do that.
Now, let's talk about how things unfolded subsequent to this. You testified about these reports that were run subsequent to this meeting, right?
Which reports are you referring to?
The reports you testified where, I guess well, let me, if I can pull that document out. You recall in the direct examination being asked about reports created by Leslie Bowman, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this a good place to break? Because you're going to get into a whole different topic and it's getting to the top of the hour.
Sure.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you to go to lunch. Remember the admonitions? I'm going to steal another half hour. Let's start back at 1. Okay? Is that fine with everybody? Didn't ruin your dinner, your lunchtime a little bit? Cramping your style?
All right.
Okay. I understand. It is my decision. I'll see you all at 1 then. 1? Hold on, Doc. Don't go away yet. Okay, we're on break for lunch. You're not to discuss your testimony with anybody. I don't care if he's in the room or not. How you testified or what you testified to. Now, you can answer a factual question, but you can't get any training or anything during the break. Fair enough?
I understand.
Okay. Thank you. You're excused till 1 o'clock. Okay. Can someone turn that around for me? It's in
The parties for this procedure based on his health issues. He has to periodically, after about an hour, go lay down somewhere. He didn't want to lay down either in the back hallway or in the outside hallway or in some room at the courthouse. We all agreed this was an acceptable format, and for Mr. Baez to attack that as if some sort of ruse to avoid the rigors of his devastating cross-examination, I don't think was appropriate. And I'm going to ask for some leeway as to, on the redirect as far as leading regarding that. Secondly, we would also request, again, on the record for any expert reports that we were promised again last night, and we have not received yet. So,
Pot shot aside, I think Judge, I feel we did make the agreement that he could testify, but I don't think that I'm foreclosed from attacking that issue, especially given the fact that he's just a few blocks away. I thought he was going to be at home. I wasn't aware that he was going to be at his lawyer's office. I wasn't aware of any of that until at the I think late yesterday. So in light of that, I think that's fair game, and it's fair game for.
No, he said you did it. He wants to be able to go after it too, is what he's requesting. Well, he wants to be able to explain it away.
He can't testify for the defense, if that's what.
No, he's not trying to testify for the defense.
Okay.
He just wants to be able to ask questions along the line of, why are you there, that type of stuff.
In terms of the expert reports, there was one updated one, which I think was sent to them.
No.
Or a supplement one. When was that sent?
Yeah, no, we just have the supplemental, which we did say that we would, turn over to the state.
Okay, so we're turning, that one's ready to turn over. The only other one that's outstanding is the new one that we discussed at sidebar, that new expert.
Any
he's currently reviewing
anticipation?
Records.
Okay.
He said he would probably be done by either tonight or tomorrow as well.
So it will be done shortly.
Can we have a name, please?
Allison can give you that name.
I'm sorry?
We don't even know a name yet, Judge.
I'm sure we gave them a name, Judge. I'm just.
This is Taylor Mick. She's following all of this, Judge. We don't have a name yet.
Okay, Taylor, talk to the other one. You guys get the issue resolved. If you don't, I'll get involved.
The note for the record is March 2nd week of trial.
I understand that. I understand I gave them leeway previously in an order and you objected. I understand.
Are we excused for lunch?
Anything else for the record? Okay, we're on break.
Thank you, Judge.
Hot shot aside, come on.
Is
Okay, let's try this again. Let me know if you guys can hear me. The internet is kicking my ass today. Waiting to hear from you guys in the chat. I know there's like a 10-second delay or so. Okay, you guys can hear me. Great. Once again, this is an example of cross-examination really is. Now we're seeing it. We're seeing now how it's effective. Well, I'm in the car. I'm trying to work on that right now. Trying to get to a spot with a little bit better Wi-Fi, guys. So bear with me here. But now, if you guys noticed, and I think you guys did, this witness was testifying in the Arena District, and in Columbus, that is about I don't know, a couple of blocks away from the courthouse. Why? Because he had a quote-unquote bad back. In reality, it just happens to be he was testifying at the office of an attorney, the law firm of Jones Day. For those of you who don't know, Jones Day is one of the biggest law firms in the world. They are the absolute, which is interesting. They're headquartered out of the biggest law firms in the world, if possible. So it's interesting that he could testify from there, but he couldn't waddle down here. Now, I think you guys figured out why. It's because they could coach him. Now, would I dare make the accusation that attorneys told him to say his back was hurting? Go to his lawyer's office instead? I mean, I would never do that. I would never do that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And as you can tell, this guy was had been through this. They had peppered him with a lot of questions, and they practiced because he was well rehearsed. He wasn't just throwing out legal responses like Theodore Edgecombe. He was throwing out who's been through the ringer already. But as you can see, Dr. Husel is a phenomenal doctor. He's an anesthesiologist, but also a critical care specialist. It sounds like he's the only doctor in the hospital who was skilled, that he had multiple trainings under his belt. He was the doctor of the year one year. All right, we're back finally. I had to steal the Wi-Fi from a Denny's to do this, so I'm on the way back to my office. But I want to get it done before they start it back up. Yeah, I was gonna make the joke that Skynet got me, but I think Skynet did get me. Yeah, he was well rehearsed, but as you can see, Dr. Hussell is a very talented doctor. Everybody liked him. He apparently was very good. You learned a little bit about Dr. Hussell, that he did some of his residency at the Cleveland Clinic, which, like I said, I'm not trying to be an Ohio homer here, but Cleveland Clinic is one of the best hospitals in the world. And he's an anesthesiologist who trained there. On top of that, anesthesiology is one of the more difficult professions and, kind of like trades within the medical profession. It's the guys who make the most money. Why? Because it's very hard. Literally, you are balancing people on the edge of life or death. We also learned that the pharmacy had a ton of problems, to the point the DEA was involved in supervision of them because they weren't accounting for their drugs properly. So it wasn't just Dr. Hussell. As stated, there were like 30-some thousand overrides in the time frame. So once again, this is where you just pointing out facts, bringing up issues. This is how you do good cross. There's a lot of fireworks there. And yeah, like I said, for those of you who been following along, this keeps pushing the scales towards not guilty, in my opinion. I think that they thought he would be a convenient scapegoat, and the police thought, yeah, it's close enough. So, curious to know what you guys think. But yeah, this looks more and more like the guy who just got blamed. And that's what, I mean, we're seeing that. And it's really hard not to look that way. And you should not be in this position from watching the state's case. You should be thinking, oh my God, this guy's guilty and there's no way around it. Clearly, that's not what we're dealing with here. So, yeah, bias continues, and the team continued to destroy the state's witnesses at every turn. Like I said, I was already, after the first 2 days, to the point of not guilty because they can't prove it. I'm to the point of not guilty because I don't think he committed murder. So, and I would just say, and I'm not going to say neener, I got Curtis Reeves right, but this is the way. I was obviously not on the same level, but watching the state's witnesses, I felt the same type of thing, that we were pushing further and further towards they can't prove it. And yes, I just said neener. So, yeah, guys, I've got a quick stopover at my office, then I'm back in court, so I apologize, but I'm not going to probably be able to stick around this afternoon. Oh, Reeves could have been convicted, and I could have easily seen it. A jury is still a coin flip at the end of the day, and if they had convicted him, I don't think the judge would have overturned the verdict. Well, I was going to say, I hope there's no worries. What are you going to do about it? I'm just telling you. Yeah, and also I would just say another update on Ukraine. The Ukrainian countryside is being found now with abandoned Russian tanks. So if you want to go buy a tank for free, just get a tractor and get over to Ukraine. You could probably get one. What worked it out with you, Matthew? I'd say, yeah, it was fair. I am surprised it took that long. I know, Rennie. I'm just screwing with you. Yep, Slava Ukraina. Yeah, but other than that, guys, do you have any questions about what happened this morning? I could try to answer them real quick. Shannon, you just got here. The defense destroyed this witness, and he was the vice president, like the head administrator in charge of all the doctors. Tried to throw Husel under the bus, but got lit up. How bad is it for him to be sitting there in the office with his lawyer? It doesn't look good. It looks like he got something to hide. It's one thing to be like the other people who testified, like yesterday, the head pharmacist who had his attorney in court with him. That's one thing. But to be sitting there hiding in your lawyer's office while you're testifying, that's not a good look. I mean, to me, that makes you look like a coward. It makes it look like you've got something to hide. It makes you look like a weaselly upper management weasel who was not proud of what he did. Yeah. And I would say, to be fair, that's correct. It's not his attorney. Jones Day is representing the hospital, but because he was working for the hospital at the time, they have to work with him. So this guy cannot afford Jones Day, at least not for long. And also, I'll say this much. Jones Day is that big that if they had called me today and said, "Hey, Sean, you got a job," I'd be ghosting you guys immediately. Do you think I was being coached as he's testifying? Yeah, I think more of like they had like probably set cue cards maybe if they were doing that. But I try to give attorneys the benefit of the doubt they're not scumbags until I can verify it. So I just think he was well rehearsed. I mean, he is running a hospital, so he's not an idiot. I think he just had been well rehearsed. They had done a lot of mock trial with him. And I think they were just probably slowly guiding him along. I don't think they had to spoon feed it to him. Yeah, he probably is being coached over lunch. I mean, that I guarantee you that's happening. I mean, because really, like Jones Day is not worried about some common pleas court judge. They'll do as they please. That's like a T-ball referee telling the New York Yankees to do something. They're not going to care. Ooh, Brett Hankinson is on the stand. I have that. I'm going to be watching that this afternoon when I get done with court today. I'm actually done for the day, so I probably won't have a whole lot here to talk about, guys. So I want to get into that because my video is almost done, but I want to see how he testifies. So, guys, that's it for me right now. I will. Yeah, you guys will be hearing from me at some point, but I'm not sure when it'll be. So, you guys have fun. With Rennie and the other mods, and you guys take care. All right. Well, Gabby, I'm sorry, I just saw your thing. We'll definitely be talking about it. We'll definitely talk about it tomorrow on the live stream. Remember, tomorrow's Thursday, so episode number 3, Twa. So, my afternoon's going to be not enjoyable at all. I'm actually going to hate my life, but pop it sometimes.
questioning?
Yes, but I didn't say they were run after the meeting with Dr. Husel. I was just made aware of them after the meeting with Dr. Husel.
Okay. And these were reports created by Leslie Bowman, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Sir, you were asked under direct examination by Mr. Zion. I believe there was a moment where he specifically asked you, came over here and said, how many doctors are doing this? Do you recall that question?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Sure. I said that there was a question asked to you about these reports, and Mr. Zion specifically said, how many doctors are doing this? Do you remember that moment in court, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, isn't it a fact, sir, that these reports were run by Leslie Bowman on November 23rd, 26th, December 5th, December 19th, and the 21st? Do you see? Am I correct in those dates?
I know that these reports were rerun with different parameters several times.
And that's what I want to talk to you about, sir. I forwarded your lawyer now this is specifically labeled as Project Lighthouse, right? These reports?
I believe so.
And they were part of this whole project by both Mount Carmel and Trinity, right?
Yes.
Now, I forwarded your lawyer, in case you need to refresh your recollection on dates, but isn't it a fact, sir, that the report parameters were expired patients within 400 minutes from order by Dr. William Husel, MD? Correct?
I don't know. I haven't seen those reports yet.
Why don't you take a look at, do you think it might refresh your recollection if you look at the table of contents of all of the reports that were run?
It may. I did not see all of the reports.
Okay.
My testimony was only.
I want to refer to the one where you testified to this jury that the only doctor, or how many doctors are doing this, was just Dr. Husel. Take a look at the table of contents. Let me know when you're done. And for the purpose of my question, Doctor, all I need you to do is look at the table of contents.
Okay.
Isn't it a fact, sir, that the parameters for the search and the only doctor looked at was Dr. William Husel, correct?
Correct with this report only.
All 5 of the reports that are listed in that table of contents under Project Lighthouse, the parameters are set to only bring up Dr. William Husel, correct?
For these reports, yes.
And it is also, sir, well, just so we're clear, this is the report that Mr. Zion was referring to you, correct? Referring you to, correct?
No.
Now there's another report from Project Lighthouse. Is that your testimony, sir?
I remember seeing a different report.
Okay. And when exactly was that report done, sir? If you're so confident it's another report.
What was it? I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question again.
Well, let me strike that and ask you this. Sir, the first report done for Project Lighthouse had to deal with expired patients within 400 minutes from order by Dr. William Husel, correct?
The first report in this that you gave me, that is correct for that.
The second report done on the date you had the meeting was expired patients within 400 minutes from order by Dr. Husel, correct?
Yes.
The third report, expired patient, ordered by Dr. William Husel, 400 minutes was taken out, correct?
Yes.
Third report, expired patients with order by Dr. William Husel, correct?
Yes.
And that date was on the 19th of December, 2018, correct?
Yes.
And that was after you had already gone to law enforcement, right?
What was that date again?
December 19, 2018.
Yes.
And the other report, the one I mentioned prior, was on December 5th, 2018, the day you reached out to law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
So, sir, as we went through the timeline of events in your direct and your cross-examination, these are the reports that you had access to as the Vice President of Medical Affairs that were run on Dr. William Husel, correct? And Dr. William Husel.
I would not say I had access to all of these. I don't remember seeing these prior to today.
Now, sir, you also, the parameters of this report also only refer to expired patients, do they not?
That's correct.
And that is patients who have passed away, correct?
Yes.
And then there was a fifth report run on December 21st, 2018, correct? That will be at the bottom of the page, sir.
Yes.
And this also has to deal only with expired patients, correct?
Yes.
And the only doctor looked at in this report is Dr. William Husel, correct?
Yes.
Sir, the reports that you looked at for Project Lighthouse as it related to the searches of 500 mics of fentanyl and above also included that of a patient named Tracy Young. Is it not correct?
I don't recall that name.
Let me ask you this. Are you saying you don't recall that name at all until today? Or you don't recall that name back then?
I don't recall that name back then. I heard that name for the first time approximately 1 week ago.
So it wasn't until a week ago that the name Tracy Young was brought to your attention after you had already been fired from Mount Carmel? And
That's true.
And
Okay,
after,
you're getting compound question.
I'm sorry, I supposed to call myself, Judge. And that's after you had reported Dr. Husel to the police?
Yes.
And after Dr. Husel was charged with 14 counts of murder, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, you're aware that the report on December 5th, when the parameter was taken out of the 400 minutes. Okay, let me back.
Okay, hold on, stop, we got an objection going. Is this a sidebar?
Well,
I don't think so. Dr. Swanner said, I'm not familiar with those reports. I'm not familiar with the parameters. I don't think it's fair to further question them.
Okay, let's go sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen. My side. Get into it, man. They're awful quiet back there. And now we have objections.
Well, just don't change it.
Where the heck he live?
You're not falling apart there on me, Sam, are you? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue on with the testimony. Sometimes we have to do this judge stuff. Okay, you just got to have some patience with me. Okay? With that, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Ralston, just so we're clear, I'm referring to only the reports created by Leslie Bowman, okay, for the purposes of my questions.
Just for clarification, I'm Dr. Swanner, and I understand what you're referring to.
All right. So, Dr. Swanner, what did I call you? Dr. Hussell.
You called me Dr. Ralston.
All right, Dr. Swanner. Dr. Swanner, I'm specifically referring to the reports created by Leslie Bowman, okay?
Okay.
And those were the questions asked you by Mr. Zion in reference to that report that we were discussing, that you discussed during your direct, okay? By Leslie Bowman. Now, having said that, if the parameters for the December 5th report was expired patients ordered by Dr. Husel to patient's discharge date and time for 500 mics of fentanyl or greater IV push. So those are the parameters of that search. You understand?
Yes.
If in fact, a patient by the name of Tracy Young received 2,500 micrograms of fentanyl and
let's finish the question.
And went on to live another 9 days after the fentanyl had left her system, would that have shown up in that report under those parameters?
Sustained, rephrase. Disregard the question, ladies and gentlemen.
Sure. If in fact a dose of 2,500 micrograms came up, was in the Mount Carmel medical record system, that would have shown up on that report, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and that was December 5th, 2018, right? That report date?
Yes.
And that's the same date that Mount Carmel took this case to the state attorney's office in order to prosecute Dr. Husel, right?
Yes.
Now, sir, you mentioned in your direct examination about Trinity Health being the parent company of Mount Carmel. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Now, Trinity Health is in charge of 88 different hospitals across the country. Isn't that correct?
That could be. I don't remember the actual number.
And this is a $20 billion corporation, is it not?
Yes.
Having said that, sir, at this point, you mentioned that at some point there was an external peer review. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
There at a specific time was a review done by someone external to Mount Carmel by the name of Dr. Toka Bradley. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Ms. Toka Bradley, when she conducted this review of some of the patients as you described, let me strike that. Ms. Toka Bradley reviewed, her initial review was that of 5 patients, right?
I don't recall the specific number.
Okay. But you know it was a handful of cases, right?
That's correct.
You also know that she didn't have access to the medical records, right?
Your Honor, as to what time.
Objection is sustained.
Well, as far as you're concerned in relation to that review, or as far as you're aware, sir, that Dr. Toka Bradley did not have
Objection.
access to the medical
Dr.
records.
Bradley had access to, or what her knowledge was.
Okay,
He's aware.
sustained. Okay.
I can't understand the objection when you're.
Okay, Mr. Zion, it's a speculation as to what she may know. Okay, and I sustained it. You two-parted it.
Can I ask him if he's aware? Dr. Swanner, are you aware that Dr. Toka Bradley did not have access to the medical records when doing this review?
Objection.
No.
Ultimate question.
So you're not aware?
You just testified to that.
I'm transitioning, Judge. So you're not, this was done just a couple of days before going to the police, correct?
I was informed of it on the 4th of December. I'm not sure when it was actually done.
Okay. Now, sir, you mentioned that that you were part of that meeting with the prosecutors, the very first meeting?
Yes.
And you
Yes.
mentioned that you were present.
I think you jumped in there in the middle of your thing. What did you say, doctor?
I said, what did I say regarding what,
You
Judge?
said yes, and then you said something else. That you were present at the meeting. Didn't you say something else?
Oh. No, I just said yes.
Okay.
You mentioned in your direct testimony that Sean McGibbon was there, correct?
That's correct.
And that's another Mount Carmel administrator.
That's correct.
And you said, I believe general counsel was there as well. You recall saying that?
Yes.
You didn't mention that there was a criminal defense lawyer present, right?
That's correct.
And this criminal defense lawyer represented Mount Carmel, is he not?
Yes.
And this criminal defense lawyer was retained to set up the meeting, was he not?
Objection as to why the criminal defense counsel was retained.
If he knows. Do you
I
know
was
why he was
told that
retained?
he arranged,
Okay.
I was told he arranged the meeting.
Were you aware that he worked for that office for 14 years?
At some point, I was made aware of that.
Okay.
I don't remember if I knew that at the time of the meeting or later.
Was there one criminal defense lawyer at this meeting or two?
I only recall the one.
Okay, and would that be Mr. Greg Peterson?
Yes.
And Mr. Peterson became the liaison between Mount Carmel and the prosecutor's office, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then at that point, there was a project or an operation, I guess is the best I could describe, called Project Lighthouse. Are you aware of that operation, sir?
You asked him that a bit ago.
I've asked him about the reports.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was aware of the name Project Lighthouse that was assigned to everything to do with these cases and the issues around them. It wasn't necessarily an operation or a project. It was this particular set of issues.
Well,
as it was explained to me.
Sir, as a hospital administrator, you're aware that sometimes operations are given titles like the one of Project Lighthouse so that certain documents could be kept confidential within the attorney-client privilege, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And Project Lighthouse was one of those such operations, was it not?
Yes.
Now, sir, as part of Project Lighthouse, Trinity had employed a crisis management group by the name of Jared, did it not?
What was the name again?
Jared. Does that name sound familiar to you?
It does not.
You testified under direct examination that you had external, trying to look at the way you described it, external consultants.
Yes.
And this was in the area of communications, was it not?
Yes.
And these external experts created a thing called a playbook in terms of what the message would be to the media. Did it not?
I believe so.
And in there, as you described in your direct examination, you said you attended several meetings as to what should be communicated and how they should be communicated. Did you not?
Yes.
And one of those ways of how things should be communicated, there were discussions and topics that were passed around amongst the executives or high-level executives as to what the message should be, right?
Yes.
And that message, sir, was who would be the villain, who would be the victim, and who would be the vindicator. Do you recall that, sir?
I recall hearing about that.
Okay. And the villain was to be, it was decided that the villain was to be Dr. William Husel, as well as the nurses and pharmacists, excluding the ones excluding the pharmacists who reported the incident and excluding the nurses who had preceptors. Isn't that a fact, sir?
I don't recall those details.
You do recall, sir, the detail of making Dr. William Husel a villain in the media, do you not?
I recall the decisions made that when identifying what the issues were that Dr. Husel had prescribed excess doses of these medications.
Objection, Your Honor. He should be allowed to answer the question.
Let him finish his answer.
Really called for a yes or no.
No, it didn't, but go ahead, doctor, finish your answer.
I recall the message being that Dr. Husel had ordered and prescribed excessive doses of these medications that may have led to premature death of certain patients. I don't recall anyone saying to me, we are identifying him as a villain per se.
Sir, I sent to your attorney an attachment called, with defendant's exhibit MCD6. I would ask him to hand that to you right now. It's a document titled High-Level Questions for Decisions, and the version is December 18, 2018 at 5:30 p.m. Can you please retrieve that, sir?
Let's see the doc.
we're looking for it.
These were not stamped. Can you provide a more descriptive summary of the document?
The question is, can there be a more descriptive summary of the document?
Sure, if I could have a moment.
I'm taking a look, Doc. Have some patience.
Okay.
These were not pre-stamped, the version you stated.
Mr. Zion, any objection?
I do object, Your Honor.
It's not his. Let's see where it goes.
Okay, I'll try and describe it a little bit better. It was in the first email attachment 1.
Stop. I thought you looked at the document.
He has not.
I think we've found the document.
I'd like for you to
Look at it,
review.
Doc.
I'm sorry?
Review the document so we can see if it helps you for whatever purpose here.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, sir. You've reviewed the first question.
Okay, lay your foundation
Yes.
first.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what the high-level questions for decision
Objection,
were?
Your Honor.
No, you don't have a foundation question yet. Lay your foundation.
Sure. Sir, you looked it over, you understand it?
Yes, I understand it.
Okay. Now, sir,
Okay, well, you still got a foundation to lay.
I'm about to ask. Sir, does that refresh your recollection as to who was to be made the bill?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Does that refresh your recollection, sir?
Sustained.
Can we approach this?
Yeah.
A little hostile, won't you?
Ladies and gentlemen, take yourself busy. We're about 45 minutes till break.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't like that. That'll be a little more. Sitting in the sandbox.
Ready, Sam? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Baez.
Thank you. Dr. Swanner, after having reviewed that document, does that refresh your recollection as to who is to be made the victim, villain, and vindicator?
Well, it vaguely refreshes my memory because I vaguely now remember some conversations about this. As it says on the front, that
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You were saying?
on the front, it does in quotes indicate the villain and several choices of who that should be identified as.
Did you ever?
I'm not sure if.
Okay, we're good. Next question.
Did you ever, sir, confront the communications people and say, this is wrong. I will not participate in making someone a villain?
No, because that particular communications consultant, I think, was replaced by someone else before this became active.
Okay. Let me ask you this, sir. Eventually, you were asked to participate in making some videos. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And these were videos that were to be distributed to both internal employees as well as to the public in Columbus, Ohio, correct?
Yes.
And part of this playbook, these videos were part of this playbook, was it not?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Now, you didn't write or direct these videos, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to Defendant's Exhibit MCD 8. Can you take a look at that?
Okay. Yeah, could you describe the title of the document,
Sure.
please, that we have evidently are not labeled?
Sure. It's attachment 3 of the email I sent. The document title is External Messaging version, December 18, 2018, 10:48 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Okay.
Actually, that's not the one I wanted to draw your attention to. I apologize, sir. I'm referring to number 5, attachment 5, external version of December 27, 2018, 5:15 p.m. Do you see that, sir?
Okay. Yes.
For the record is MCD 10. Now,
Yes.
you recognize this as a Mount Carmel document?
Yes.
And you also recognize this as the, I guess, the script that was given to you and Mr. Lamb, the president of Mount Carmel. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
Yes.
this, in fact, is a script that you read and created a video for, correct?
That's correct.
Judge, I'd like to publish it.
Any objection?
Let me get a cleaner version. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Now, before we bring that up, let me ask you this. You didn't write this?
No.
And you mentioned during direct examination that you got media training from this consultants?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. But this was more of a acting job, right?
Yes.
And you had to read a script from a teleprompter?
Not until I did this.
This is the first time you've ever had to read from a teleprompter, right?
That's correct.
I notice you have a background in pharmacy. You don't have one in acting, do you?
No.
Okay. And on this script, I'd like to go ahead and show it to you. I'd like to draw your attention to this portion right here, where it says, during the 5 years he worked here, this former employee ordered fatal doses of pain medication. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Take that down. Now, sir, this was the message on 12/27/18 that you read on behalf of Mount Carmel with also the president, Mr. Ed Lamb, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you mentioned Katie Barga had brought these complaints originally to your attention, and she is the patient safety risk officer, right?
That's correct.
And she was in charge of the internal investigation for the root cause analysis, correct?
Yes.
And that was started, or I should say, that was completed on the 5th of January, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I'll get the time. Give me a second. I'll find. Does that date sound about right?
It sounds about right, yes.
Okay. Subsequent, aside from doing many takes of these videos, you had to do a few. You didn't get it the first time, right?
I'm sorry, I have a hard time hearing you when you move away.
Sure.
From the podium.
Aside from doing several takes of this video, you had to do several takes. You didn't get it right the first time, right?
That's correct.
You also had multiple versions or different videos that you made, right?
I did make more than one video.
Right. That was my question. Sir, after the root cause analysis was done on January 5th, you did a new video on the 12th. Is that correct?
I don't remember the dates. That could be correct.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to attachment 4, and that's for the record, Defendant's Exhibit MCD 9. And it says external messaging important for statement, version January 12, 2019, 12:30 p.m.
Okay.
Sir, you recognize this as a Mount Carmel document?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and this was in fact the script you were given to read?
I believe. Yes.
And do you have any?
Which one is it? Is this the one I don't see?
MCD 9.
I don't see it. Are you referring to the dates number? I don't have that. You guys can give us labels.
The one dated 1/12/19.
We've got several dated 1/12/19. Is this the one you're referring to? At 12:30 p.m. Eastern time? Email?
Yeah.
Where's the script? Oh, it's down here. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, may I publish, Judge? I don't believe you have an objection.
No objection.
Now, sir, after the root cause, we already talked about your first, I want to bring you into the timeline of events here. I showed you previously the one you did in December, the video you made in December. You recall that, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you don't have an issue with the January 5th being the date that the root cause analysis was complete, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then this version was subsequent to that, which would be January 12th, 2019, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to draw your attention to the end of paragraph 2, where it says, it is possible the extra medication wrongly shortened many of their lives. Do you see that? The very last sentence.
Hold on one second.
Sure.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the script.
Yeah, we're going to get to that in a minute. But do you see that there?
Yes.
Okay. That was the message sent out to the media, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Now let's go look at the script. I want to direct your attention now to, scroll up, please. Keep going down. Down, I guess. Down. Keep going, down. Just bring that whole page up, the next page. All right. Now, I'm sorry, go back to the next page. I want this part here. A little bit more, down. Keep going down. I want to basically look at here and draw your attention to where there's numerous edits here. Do you see where failed to report the excessive doses in a timely manner as they were required to do so was taken out?
Yes.
And then the next paragraph where it says it's possible the extra medication shortened some of their lives. Do you see that?
Yes.
The word likely is scratched out, correct?
Yes.
And the word many is also scratched out, correct?
Yes.
And then go back down to this section here. Scroll down. Yeah. The very last sentence on this page here. The doses often is scratched out and says potentially fatal, right?
Yes.
You can take it out. So in December, your message to the public, sir, as directed by Mount Carmel, were that these were fatal doses. Remember reading that from the script?
Yes. Yes.
And then after the root cause analysis comes out, it's now possible that the extra medication wrongly shortened many of their lives. You read that, correct?
Correct.
And instead of often, these doses were often, it was changed to these doses were potentially fatal, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were still meeting with law enforcement and the prosecutor's office when you made this video, were you not?
I don't recall if I was still personally meeting. I was not meeting with the prosecutor's office at that point. I don't recall if I was meeting with the detectives.
Did you ever pick up the phone and call either the police or the prosecutors and tell them about the results of your root cause analysis?
No.
Did you ever pick up the phone and call the prosecutors or the police and tell them, we think that these doses were potentially fatal?
No.
Did you ever pick up the phone and tell the prosecutors or the police that it's possible these medications shorten their lives?
No.
Sir, some of the other discussions that were had, the internal discussions from Project Lighthouse and the playbook, also raised the question as to whether you should self-report to the Department of Justice. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, someone coughed. I didn't hear what you said after.
Sorry, I want to look at you.
Lighthouse.
It's kind of hard sideways. Some of the questions, or one of the questions raised during Project Lighthouse's playbook was that whether or not Mount Carmel should self-report to the Department of Justice. Isn't that a fact, sir?
I don't remember those discussions.
If I show you, well, if I show you a document, an internal document from Project Lighthouse revolving these questions or asking these questions, would that refresh your recollection?
I'm happy to look at them. I don't know.
I'd like to draw your attention to attachment 8, defendants, for the record, defendants exhibit MCD 13, and it's titled Privileged and Confidential Draft FAQs updated 12/29/18.
That was enough. You directed him accordingly.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
On page 10, if I can direct your attention to.
No. You asked him to refresh his memory.
I'm just going to tell him where to look. That's it.
Well, he has the right to look at the document to see if it refreshes his memory.
This is page 10.
Okay.
Now, sir, as it relates to.
Okay, hold on. Doctor, does that refresh your memory?
No, I don't recall seeing this document ever before.
Okay. In light of that, let me ask you this. Did you ever self-report to the Department of Justice that controlled substances were not, well, that there was an issue with controlled substances at the pharmacy?
Me personally?
Yes, you.
No.
Were you ever part of any discussions with other executives at Mount Carmel surrounding the decision as to whether you should self-report to the Department of Justice?
I don't recall any meetings where that was discussed.
Sir, as a hospital administrator, you're aware that entities such as Mount Carmel have been held criminally liable by the Department of Justice for failure to control controlled substances, are you not?
Yes. Yes.
And you're aware that this is a serious crime, are you not?
Yes.
And you're also aware that you, as one of the executives, could also be held criminally liable.
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware as to whether that was the reason Mount Carmel hired 2 criminal defense lawyers?
No, it was not explained to me the rationale behind it.
Now, sir, you talked about some of the external messages. Well, no, let me rephrase that. You talked about how in your direct examination, you talked about making phone calls to the family members. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were also given a script for those specific calls, were you not?
Yes.
Sir, you're aware that executives if I can have just a second, I want to make sure I get the right date. were you aware of a meeting on December 17th, 2018 with Trinity Health CCO, Mount Carmel's General Counsel, Criminal Defense Counsel, Vice President of Strategy and Planning, meeting with the prosecutors?
No,
Nobody told you about it?
not that I recall.
Okay, and I'm specifically referring December 17, 2018.
I don't recall hearing about that.
Okay. Is there any reason, as an executive at Mount Carmel, why the Vice President of Strategy and Planning would be meeting with the prosecutor?
I'm not aware. I know the communications department reported to him, but I don't know why he was in attendance with the prosecutor. I don't know.
Based on this case, and what you know about this case, the Vice President of Strategy and Planning wouldn't be able to provide any.
Okay, you're walking away from the mic.
Wouldn't be able to provide any information to the prosecutors. Isn't that correct?
Sustained.
Now, sir, the very next day, I'd like to bring your attention to one of the scripts that you had to read to the family members. And that is attachment 3 for the record, MCD 8. The title of the document is External Messaging, gives the date 12/18/18, titled Outreach to Patient Families. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
If there's any objection, you recognize this as a Mount Carmel document?
Yes, I do.
You see it as one of the scripts that you were given to read to the family members?
Yes.
Okay.
This isn't actually a script as much as it's a guideline, I think.
Well, keep looking.
Okay, let's relax. Let's let them look at the doc.
Okay.
Okay. Unless there's any objection, I'd like to publish.
Any objection? Okay.
Let's go. Now, in this document, two scenarios are discussed, correct?
Yes.
And scenario number 1 is detective is the first point of contact in relation to the families being interviewed, correct?
Yes.
And it lists here, the detectives will be the first point of contact, in this scenario, the detectives will be the first point of contact with the family as part of their investigation. And it says, the detective will use the talking points below regarding Mount Carmel. Do you see that?
Yes.
And will offer a card and a dedicated phone number that they can call. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it lists the talking points for the detective, right?
Yes.
Okay. The detectives work for Mount Carmel? As far as you know? I'm sorry?
No.
Okay, let's scroll down. Keep going down. Let's go to scenario number 2 is Mount Carmel is the first point of contact because family is not part of the investigation. Do you see that?
Yes.
It lists that the family is not part of the investigation there, correct?
Yes.
If in fact Mount Carmel under scenario 2 is the first point of contact, correct?
Yes.
And in there, it lists all of the talking points by the initial outreach identified by you, correct?
They asked me to talk to and pick appropriate physicians from the medical staff to be involved with this messaging and to get their permission and agreement to work with us on that. So that's what my job was ahead of time.
Okay, but you testified on direct, you made these calls, right?
Yes.
And in fact, it was determined that scenario 2 would be the way things played out, correct?
Yes, yes, okay.
So Mount Carmel had the first opportunity to speak to the witnesses in these murder cases, correct?
I don't think we had the first opportunity. I think the detectives may have, I was told that Columbus Police had signed off on us calling these people. So for whatever that means.
Let me, all right, so for whatever it means, sir, it ultimately resulted in Mount Carmel reaching out to the families 1 month before the detectives ever spoke to a single family member. Isn't that correct, sir?
Objection as to what his knowledge is.
I would object to the speaking objection suggesting
Okay.
an answer.
Both of you, stop. Overruling the objection, can you answer the question? You remember what the question
I don't know. I do know what the question is, but I don't know when the detectives had the opportunity or did go speak to the families. So I don't know if this was before that or what.
Well, I know you can't testify as to what the detectives did, so let me ask it this way. You reported this to the police December 5th, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
December 7th, detectives were talking to Mount Carmel employees, correct?
That's correct.
Employees you never spoke to during your investigation, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't start making these calls until after Christmas, which is specifically December 27th, 2018, correct?
Correct, I believe. I don't remember the exact date, but that sounds about right.
And given those dates, it stands to reason, sir, that the detectives had the opportunity to speak with them from December 5th all the way until December 27th, but did not, correct?
Objection once again.
He knows he was the first.
Okay, I'll permit the answer. Do you know the answer?
Could you repeat the question again, please?
December 5th, you guys go to the police, right?
Yes.
December 27th, you start notifying the families, right?
Correct.
They're already interviewing people on the 7th, correct?
Yes.
So they could have interviewed these family members and these witnesses all throughout that month of December, couldn't they have?
Yes.
But as far as you know, because that, well, let me rephrase that, but as far as you know, they did not.
That's correct.
And this is after meetings with you, criminal defense counsel, and the prosecutors, right?
Yes.
As well as a meeting with the vice president of strategy and planning from Mount Carmel, correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, I'm just about wrapping up. Now, you testified on direct examination that Mount Carmel wanted to be transparent, right?
Yes.
You never told any media members about these conversations about making Dr. Husel a villain, did you, sir?
Okay.
No, I never did speak to the media myself.
Okay. Now, sir, you also weren't allowed to tell them who the doctor was, correct?
That's correct.
And you also weren't allowed to give them any more information that was listed in your script, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, there was a plan laid out in the event that the families wanted to meet with members of the hospital, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, there was a separate plan if the meetings, if any of the patient's families showed up with lawyers. Isn't that correct?
I believe there was.
Okay. So Mount Carmel and their playbook anticipated that patients would probably get lawyers, right?
I think they anticipated that that was a possibility.
If I could have just one moment, Judge, I want to see if I have anything else. Sir, you were talking about the transparency with the families that you wanted, that Mount Carmel wanted to have. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You never, or Mount, as far as you're aware, Mount Carmel never disclosed the root cause analysis to the patient's families, did they?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And as far as you know, I'll strike that question. Let me ask you this now. You said that you were placed on leave on January 25th. You were placed on administrative leave. Do you recall testifying about that?
Yes. Yes.
And you were told when you were placed on leave, sir, that, well, let me rephrase that. It was your understanding that the reason you were being placed on leave was because Mount Carmel wanted to appear as if they were conducting a neutral investigation. Isn't that correct, sir?
That's not the way it was presented to me.
Give me a second, sir. I want to make sure I get something. Let me rephrase that. It's your understanding, sir, that they wanted to avoid any impression that there was any lack of objectivity in the investigation. Isn't that correct?
To be honest, I was not presented with anything that had to do with observation or impressions.
Sir, do you recall giving a deposition under oath in a matter dated September 9th, 2020, in a matter that involved Mount Carmel Health System and one of the families?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you had an attorney present representing you?
Yes.
And at that time, you were under oath?
Yes.
Much closer in time to the incidents than today?
Yes.
Fair to say your memory would have been better at that time?
Perhaps, yes.
Okay. Do you remember, sir, stating, I was told that several people, as I said, executives and leaders, were being placed on leave while this investigation occurred so that it would avoid any impression that there was a lack of objectivity in the investigation? Do you recall making that statement, sir?
Yes, I do.
Now, sir, you were then fired on September 11, 2019, right?
No, I was terminated on July 11th.
I'm sorry, July 11, 2019. You were fired, right?
Yes, yes,
And no one came and spoke to you. Well, let me rephrase that. And you weren't given a reason as to why you were fired, right?
that's correct.
And no one came and spoke to you at any time between January and July to allow you to give your version of why you should still be employed, right?
That's correct.
Just like they did with Dr. Hussell, right?
No, I believe there was a difference.
Okay. The difference is you spoke to Dr. Hussell, correct?
I did.
That's the only, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You said yes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that was, of course, 2 days before his privileges were renewed, right?
Okay, that's an answer. Let's move on.
Now, sir, subsequent to being fired, you were fired by Ed Lamb, right?
Yes,
And the three people above you, well, subsequent to you being fired, you tried to obtain new employment, did you not?
I did, yes.
And you asked the three people who you work for above you at Mount Carmel to endorse you on LinkedIn, did you not?
That's correct.
And they gave you glowing recommendations, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Despite the fact that they fired you.
Yes.
And subsequent to all of that, you have now retired. Isn't that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And you blame Dr. Hussell for being forced into retirement, don't you, sir?
I blame several factors. Being terminated, COVID, my age. I think what occurred around Dr. Husel and his behavior also contributed to that.
So, sir, they knew your age when they fired you?
Pardon me?
They knew, Mount Carmel knew your age when they fired you?
Yes.
Okay, and have you initiated a lawsuit for age discrimination against Mount Carmel?
Sustained.
You eventually negotiated a settlement agreement, did you not?
Sustained.
No further questions.
Okay, we'll go into recess. Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful break, 15 minutes. We'll get started back. I didn't think you could do it in 3 minutes. Okay, do you need more time than 15 minutes?
15 minutes will be fine. I appreciate the timing,
Okay.
Judge.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great break.
This tragedy will not define.
New tonight, a 10 Investigates exclusive video from Mount Carmel, never seen by the public before, talking to employees about the doctor under investigation for patients dying from too much fentanyl. Thanks for joining us at 5. I'm Jerry Revish.
And I'm Yolanda Harris. Let's get right over to 10 Investigates Bennett Haberly with the message given to hospital staff, as well as a new development when it comes to lawsuits.
That's right, Jerry and Yolanda. We'll get to that video from Mount Carmel in a moment. But first, we want to talk about a new victim, a new patient who has been identified who may have received a lethal dose of fentanyl. Attorneys have identified him as 80-year-old Jim Allen. He died May 28th, 2018, after his attorney says he was given 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl, which they've called grossly inappropriate in a pending lawsuit. While Allen was in the ICU fighting sepsis, his attorneys argued the amount of drugs he was given hastened his death. Now, tonight, 10 Investigates has obtained a second video statement from Mount Carmel, this one aimed directly at employees. In it, President and CEO Ed Lamb offers his support to employees while at the same time casting blame for what he called a tragedy.
We apologize for this tragedy.
More than a week ago, Mount Carmel's president and CEO released this video to the public and reporters, apologizing to patients' families after an internal investigation by the hospital revealed that 27 near-death or intensive care patients may have been given lethal doses of fentanyl.
We believe in helping patients who are near death die peacefully and naturally. The actions instigated by this doctor were unacceptable and inconsistent with the values and practices of Mount Carmel.
But in this second video statement, Ed Lamb speaks directly to his employees, telling them this tragedy will not define them.
The actions of these colleagues do not and should not reflect on your good work.
He also uses language that appears to lay blame, not just with Dr. William Husel, who the hospital fired, but also with some caregivers.
Sadly, our investigation revealed that some of our colleagues did not meet our standard of care. The actions that created this tragedy were instigated by this physician and carried out by a small number of good people who made poor decisions. They ignored the safeguards we have in place.
The hospital has not said what safeguards were ignored, but it has announced policy changes, including changing how pain medications can be increased and a new approval process for using high doses. Lamb said hospital policies implemented 18 months ago were designed to stop preventable medical errors, and he thanked a whistleblower employee who came forward in October with concerns about patient care.
To the colleague who had the courage to speak up and make a voice report, thank you for doing the right thing.
3 wrongful death lawsuits have been levied against the hospital, Dr. William Husel, and some caregivers. Husel has declined to comment. Just moments ago, the hospital got back to us with our questions about that second video statement. In a statement to us, they said, "We think responsible leaders should keep their team informed," and this video was just one example of how we do that. Coming up tonight at 6 o'clock, more on this message to employees and the latest on the investigation at the hospital. Jerry?
All right, thanks, Bennett. 10 Investigates has covered this story every step of the way. Here's what we know so far. Mount Carmel said it received the first allegation and concern about patient care in late October. More detailed allegations came in late November, and the hospital took action. On December 5,
It's about being honest and about showing comfort. Our purpose in life and our purpose and our mission for Mount Carmel hasn't changed. It's about being honest and about showing comfort and care for patients.
Having a servant's heart and just taking care of these people, it's just an amazing feeling.
From the moment I went in the front door, I knew this is where I needed to work.
I have been at Mount Carmel for 31 years, and every day I am excited to come to work. I love the people I work with. They are, in my opinion, the best caregivers, the best medicine providers that I have ever seen and ever met anywhere.
I know we come in every morning and we say, if this was my mom, if this was my dad, if this was my grandparent, how would they want to be treated?
This is where I send my family to get care. It's where I bring my family to get care. I trust the people here. I trust the system. Several of my family members within the last year have needed to be hospitalized, and it's all been here. I trust Mount Carmel, and I trust the people I work with for my care, for my family's care, and for my patients.
One incident doesn't define everything that's happened to us at the hospital.
I know these people here. I've worked with them. They're my family, and this is not Mount Carmel.
I just want everybody to know that we still want to provide the best care possible, and we strive to do that.
And I think the hard part right now is that I think one person's actions can have such a large impact on all of us and affect our reputation in the community and everything we've worked so hard to build.
Don't let the misguided actions of a few taint the outstanding job that has been done here for well over 100 years. And
one story that is currently dominating the media does not represent the other colleagues for the entire system by any means.
I mean, how many hours have I spent at the bedside of a very sick patient? And we've all put our soul into this place. And it's hard to have that sort of kick around a little bit as well too. But ultimately, Mount Carmel is going to come back. We're still a great place. We will continue to be a great place to work, great place to take care of patients.
You know, this is why I choose West. We've always bragged about West is best. And we are best because we take care of our family and our patients.
And we always have the resources to do what we need to do best for our patients. And we've taken a lot of initiatives with the zero harm so that the nurses feel comfortable if somebody says something or, you know, a physician requests something and you don't feel comfortable, you take it up the chain.
And it gives us a lot of helpful tools to use to prevent these errors from happening.
99.9% of the people that work here and the activities that go on here are excellent. And we're trying to strive for 100%.
At Mount Carmel is a patient-centered care facility. I think we really focus on putting patients first. We are also a mission-centered healthcare facility.
Patients that come again and again because they really do like the service we provide here.
Everyone is stepping up. Everyone is working overtime to make this a better situation for us and for the community.
I just want people to know, like, I feel confident in the care that I provide our patients. If I was nervous, that would make you nervous. I'm not nervous for being here. I feel confident being here. I'm happy that I'm here. It saddens my heart to think that publicly we're portrayed that we hurt patients, that we don't care for them, we don't nurture them. We choose nursing, we choose Mount Carmel because of the mission. This is where we stay.
And I believe in our mission to treat all people of all walks of life and to serve the community. And that's why I'm proud to be an employee at Mount Carmel.
I think what we can do every day is to continue to help people. It's what we do every day anyway.
You know, that's why we're here.
We all work really hard to do the best thing possible for our patients.
But I've always chose to be here. I live the mission. I choose the mission. I stay down here in Franklinton because of the community that we serve.
You know, we're there to take care of the patient. That's our number one goal.
Baez, I'm sorry, do you have your exhibits up there? I meant to ask you to leave those up there.
What is it?
All of them, please? All the ones that you showed the witness or referred to.
That's when you get 14 boxes of crap.
Just the ones you showed.
Don't ask you, make it what you ask for.
Words matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh, these I think are your notes.
No, those are mine.
Oh, I keep leaving like notes and stuff around and trying to get them back over there.
I'm using colored paper
All right,
to
so
make sure that. That's a really good idea. Actually, yes. Colored paper yesterday. I'm sure there's a reason for that. Yes. Do you want to keep it?
No, keep that.
You want it back? Yeah.
I like that jacket.
There you go.
That's why you broke the color barrier.
Yeah. I was admiring Diane's jacket. Very pretty. I'll tell you what.
Oh, isn't this wonderful fashion sharing? I think comfort level.
Everything told me I should wear my sparkly shoes.
I remember I used to have a court reporter that shoes were the key. Loretta. She always had wide shoes.
These are more old-time shoes, though. Probably because we had.
I was never one for open-toed shoes in the courtroom. And beginning of the end. I just don't think it's very professional, but I realize that fashion tolerances have changed.
That's what I see when I first started with women. I never.
Are we ready, Judge?
Yes, we are.
Okay, all rise.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I just want to take a second. I had something come up with another judge. That's why we're delayed here, not these guys, okay? We each have about 600 cases on our docket. We're the busiest state, we're the busiest court in the state for what we do. Cleveland has the same number of cases, but they have 36 judges, we have 17. So we're generally busy, and it involved another murder trial that you'll see my ugly face later this summer on. But that's aside. So we had to deal with something. So I apologize for the delay. Mr. Zion, are you ready to read? Doctor, you're still under oath?
I'm here.
Mr. Zion.
Thank you. Doctor, I'd like to start my redirect where Mr. Baez started his cross-examination. Did you receive a subpoena to testify in this matter?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you communicate health problems you were having?
Yes, I did.
Do you feel comfortable in general terms talking about those health problems and how they might affect your ability to testify?
Yes.
Do you recall the parties?
Objection.
Are you willing to stipulate what you guys agreed to?
Yes, if it's complete and accurate, absolutely.
Do you recall the parties responding? What would be, out of these three options, the best?
I'll permit the question so far.
He was not present during the conversation.
Let's do it this way. Doctor, did you give us three options about testifying?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that was relayed to who? The state? To the defense?
No, that was relayed to my attorney.
Okay. And you don't know what your attorney did after that?
He told me he contacted the concerned parties in the court. I'm not sure if that was prosecution and defense.
Well, you're speculating now. Help me out here, okay? So, but these were your preferred conditions on testifying.
These conditions today?
Well, of the three, this was more comfortable for you because of your injuries and needing to stretch out and various other reasons.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you have a sick room there that you can go lie down on the breaks?
Objection, Judge. I think the court cleared this up.
I'll permit it.
There is a conference room next door that is accommodating me by having space and a table available for me to lay on to stretch out my back when necessary.
All right. And are you scheduled, or do you have a potential surgery coming up for that injury?
I've been through a lot of conservative treatments that have not really helped. I'm scheduled to see my orthopedic surgeon this Friday, at which point I am anticipating we will schedule surgery.
Is your appearance here today via video link in any way concerned with Mr. Baez's cross-examination of you? He asked that directly.
He did. I'll permit it.
No.
All right. Let's get to the meat of this.
Objection, Judge.
That's the narrative. Ladies and gentlemen, you disregard the narrative.
Recall 20F is what we've called it. Do you have that email from November 19th in front of you? I don't have it up on the screen. I can put it up on this if you want.
I have to look for it. I've had a lot of documents laid in front of me today. Let me find it. Email from 12/19. 11/19 or 12/19?
11/19.
November 19th.
I don't think we ever received a copy of that.
All right. It was shown to you by both parties. Mr. Baez talked about what Dina says on that. Could I use this, Judge, to show him?
Any objection?
No objection.
You'll go blank for a second. Looking at 20F, what Dina said on that. If you could transfer it over, Judge.
It's already there.
No, you got to like blank him out and go to the overhead.
That's not how I was explained to me. David, do you know? Paul was over there having secretive. Black it out. We'll run it again.
I don't know how to use.
You're assuming that it's going to work. This pad up here is, excuse the expression, stumped the whole trial. David, you may have to hit cart front location and to all, because it's not reacting to me at all. On the pad, it should be presentation, video conference, cart front, to all.
And those are all highlighted.
Okay, hit black out.
Black all?
Black all, and then go back to cart front and to all. Seems like a Paul moment here. Okay.
We can't get it, Judge.
Let me do some with the jury here real quick. Government things, we're probably one of the best technology courtrooms in the United States, okay? This was from our preceding vendor. It was their solution to upgrading life. and it's not been the most conducive. We actually went to a different vendor. Okay, but they haven't had time to remove this. I'll leave it at that as this. Okay, so we're bearing with it. So we're going to get Paul.
We can move on, Judge. I think.
Why don't you do something else and we can come back to it if you wish.
We agreed on something, so
Okay.
we can move forward.
Okay, so we'll take off. Doc, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. So by stipulation of the parties, 20F, the part referring to Dina, the part that Mr. Baez, you agree you showed him that? By stipulation, it says, see back up?
Paul, help me. It's private. We're vulnerable. We went to try to put the doc up on the screen. It hit private and wouldn't adjust. I totally get out of the picture because this one's been the problem up here. David tried to implement it over there. There's the charming judge. There's the charming courtroom. And there's the charming private.
We've lost our use still.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't draw any inference from this.
We lost it.
We lost the doc?
We lost the dog.
Doc, are you there?
I think I'm back. I'm back.
He's on my screen, Judge. The Zoom link's still open.
I see him on this.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we see you. We just don't have you on the big screen yet. Ah, that's the solution. Just scratch one screen. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand, I may kid with you at times. This is very serious, and it's due the respect. But sometimes it helps when things don't go right to have a little smile put on our faces. So bear with me on that. Now we've lost everything. There's the doc back. Okay, I still got private on the screen. Uh-oh, he's going into the closet. The control center's back there, guys, okay? That's it. We'll do Wizard of Oz. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Are we on for record?
Yeah, we can go off the record. Did you get all that wonderful humor for the Court of Appeals? Patience, Doc. We'll be there in a second.
That's fine.
Is it on that screen there, the doc?
He's on my computer, Judge. He's not on.
I understand. It's on the screen on the docket thing now.
We could just share the Zoom link, Joe.
Yeah, they got all their computers up there to join with us on their phones. Yeah, that's all I need. It'll send the system into an overload. And Paul's actually the best. I know. There we are. Yay. Thank you, Paul. Okay, so we don't have to worry about a doc for now.
Stay here, Bonnie.
Take a minute, join us for a minute and help us. Mr. Zion.
Thank you. By stipulation of the parties, 320F, the part shown to you by Mr. Baez. Dina, I wanted to copy you as well, since pharmacy is concerned that the nursing staff is overriding Pyxis to obtain and administer these medications. I will keep you updated on the progress and send you an optional invitation to this meeting. Thank you. Okay, that's what that says. Do you recall that being shown to you in your cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall the question of Mr. Baez? Sounds like there's a problem in pharmacy. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
In fact, doesn't it sound like there's a problem in nursing staff?
Yes, it did.
All right. Mr. Baez asked you about diversion, also known as just stealing drugs. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you if somebody can lower that blind behind you there. Diversion.
You're shining.
Was there any evidence of diversion in this case that you found?
No, it was discussed and considered, but there was no evidence of that.
All right.
Doctor, can they close that blind behind you?
We're doing it as you speak, Judge.
I mean, you look very angelic up there, but
I think that may be the first time anyone's ever said that.
well, it's the first time you testify with a blind in the background, or the sun, actually.
True. I'm gonna.
There we go.
That makes a huge difference.
That's all right?
That's all right. Okay, Mr. Zion.
There was questions about what action you took initially with Dr. Husel. Do you recall testifying on direct? You took him off the schedule.
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Baez characterizing that as putting him on leave?
Yes.
Are those two things the same thing?
I don't know. I've never really seen a definition of on leave and how it would compare to being off the schedule.
Well, you were placed on leave.
Yes.
You were told to go home and not come back, right?
Yes.
Is that the same thing you did officially with Dr. Husel after your, in December, with your initial actions with him?
I believe it was.
All right. Do you recall the question? Equally trained doctors and equally experienced doctors can have different opinions, correct?
Yes.
Let's run through the doctors and experience they have, if you know, of the people you talk to about the dosing habits of Dr. William Husel in the nighttime ICU regarding ventilated withdrawals.
Objection.
Okay, we're gonna have a sidebar on this one because I know where it's going. So, ladies and gentlemen, get to know each other some more. You guys, I know you guys have gotten possessory about your spots. You might want to switch up, get to meet somebody new. Just a thought. No one's gonna give up their spot. I already know that, right? Good, man. Sorry, Mr. Vice. Mr. Zion.
Let's talk about the doctors that you talked to in your investigation of Dr. Husel's dosing habits during palliative extubation in the nighttime ICU. Do you recall, who was the first doctor you talked to? And
Dr. Gina Moody.
Who?
Dr. Gina Moody.
Okay. I know she was the first person you talked to about this. Did you talk to her particularly about these doses?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Objection.
I'll permit it.
All right. So after your conversation with Dr. Moody, were your concerns ameliorated?
No.
All right. Who was the next doctor you talked to?
Dr. Anthony Dominic.
And remind the jury what Dr. Anthony Dominic does for a living?
He is an anesthesiologist.
And what is his role at Mount Carmel?
In addition to practicing anesthesiology, he is the chairman of the Department of Anesthesiology.
And after speaking with Dr. Dominic, were your concerns ameliorated?
Objection, he's not critical care slash.
Okay, you've made your record on it. I'll note the objection overruled.
No, they were not.
Who was the next doctor you talked to?
Dr. David Ralston.
And remind the jury what Dr. David Ralston does at Mount Carmel.
He's a critical care physician who also served as the medical director of the ICU.
And after your conversation with Dr. David Ralston, were your concerns about the dosing habits of William Husel during palliative extubations in the night at the ICU? Were your concerns thereafter ameliorated?
Objection.
I note the objection overruled.
No.
You had a second, did you have a second conversation thereafter with Dr. Dominic again?
Objection.
I did.
Okay, overruled.
Yes.
About the dosing habits of William Husel during palliative extubations?
Yes.
Did your investigation stop because you were now satisfied there were no concerns?
No.
Who did you talk to next?
Dr. Santa Emma?
And remind the jury what Dr. Santa Emma does at Mount Carmel.
He's the medical director of the palliative care department.
And after your conversation with Dr. Santa Emma about the dosing habits of William Husel during palliative extubations in the nighttime ICU, were your concerns addressed and your investigation stopped?
No.
To your knowledge, was Gina Moody had only been a doctor for 5 years?
Objection, Judge.
I don't believe so.
Okay, stop.
I'm sorry.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
Rephrase the question.
Do you know how long Gina Moody had been a doctor?
I don't remember currently.
Was she a brand new doctor at Mount Carmel?
Objection.
No.
Let's put it in a time frame.
Had she practiced more than 5 years?
No. At what point in time are you asking for? Are you asking in 2018?
Yeah, I apologize. Yes, in 2018.
She was not new at that point, no.
What about Dr. Ralston?
No, he was not new then either.
What about Dr. Dominic?
No, he was not new then either.
What about Dr. Santa Emma?
No.
And I believe you testified that this was in fact Mr. or Dr. William Husel's first job.
Leading.
It is leading, sustained.
Was this Dr. William Husel's first job out of medical school, out of training?
Yes.
Mr. Baez asked how many times you talked to the prosecutor. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
You recall him asking, have I ever spoken to you?
Yes.
To your knowledge, has Mr. Baez ever asked to speak with you?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's.
All right. There was quite a bit of talk about.
Let's stop for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we were going through voir dire. Mr. Baez doesn't have to do anything. He's got no burden here. The burden's on the state of Ohio. So any reference there is improper. He doesn't have an obligation to do anything.
I wasn't trying to imply he did, Judge.
Well, I gave the appearance that, and I just wanted to avoid that potential problem. The burden is on the state of Ohio, not on the defense.
100%. But I think there was an implication that he couldn't talk to him, and was my only point.
Well, that infers that he would have to.
Well, then I apologize, and it wasn't improper if that was the inference. I apologize. The burden is on the state 100%. May I move on?
You may.
Greg Peterson. Premier criminal defense attorney in Columbus, Ohio, I think is how Mr. Baez described him. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
Did you hire Greg Peterson?
Personally, no.
Did the hospital hire Greg Peterson, to your knowledge?
I'm not sure who hired him.
Was he hired by the hospital at some point?
Or the health system, I believe.
Okay, that's what I meant, by the corporation, whoever. So are you aware that Mr. Peterson also works in the area of health?
Leading.
Yeah, let's rephrase.
Are you aware of other areas of law that Mr. Peterson works in?
No, I am not.
All right. Let's talk about the villain document. Do you recall that document?
I'm sorry, the billing document?
Villain, villain, bad guy, V-I-L-L-I-A-N.
Villain. Yes, I do.
Is that
Yes,
in
I
front
do.
of you?
Excuse me?
Is that in front of you?
Yes, it is.
All right. Does that appear to be a Mount Carmel document on letterhead or otherwise indicated to be a document from Mount Carmel?
It does not have letterhead.
Does it have any indications that it is from Mount Carmel, an internal Mount Carmel document?
No, it does not.
All right.
Objection, Judge. May we approach?
Yes, we may. Guys, I'll talk to you in a minute. David? Is he run out of things to talk to you about? Oh. David, you got to get more interesting. I won't let him jungle for you, so that's out of the routine. He's under injury care. Tell him how to make baklava.
No, just make it for it. Chocolate in it. Skyline has
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Son, do you want us to repeat the last question, or do you know what it was?
Let's repeat it.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes, I'd like to repeat.
Evidently, you have somebody speaking for you. Okay. So Mr. Baez, you would like to repeat it?
Call balls and strikes. So I don't.
Repeat the question then, Madam Court Reporter.
Actually, Judge, I think there was a clarification.
There is, but I was trying to get us back to where we were before, and you wanted me to repeat the question. So I'm going to give you that what you asked for.
Question, does it have any indication that it is from Mount Carmel in an internal Mount Carmel document? Answer no.
Okay. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, and with the court's permission, just to summarize this and to move on in a leading way. So Dr. Swanner, does that fact that it doesn't have Mount Carmel things on it corroborate your memory?
Object to corroborate.
Well, that was the point.
Okay. I'll permit that part of it. I haven't heard. Why don't you finish the question?
That was from an outside consulting firm that was later not used.
Yes.
So, one more on this. It was part of Mount Carmel documents, but an outside entity prepared that, to your memory.
I believe so.
Okay. On direct and on cross, you were asked about who you reported to. Do you recall the agencies that you self-reported to?
I believe so, yes.
And can you list those again so that we can get back there? Because there was one you were asked about on cross I'd like to talk to you about.
CMS.
What's CMS?
The Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services. It's a government entity that administers Medicare.
Who else?
State Board of Nursing.
Who else?
State Board of Pharmacy.
Who else?
I don't know if we reported to the Board of Medicine, but we did report to the National Practitioner Data Bank regarding Dr. Hussell.
And this was all voluntary and self-reporting, meaning you did it on your own.
Mount Carmel did it on their own. I didn't make any of these reports personally.
That's what I meant. As an organization, you did that.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So the Department of Justice, you recall the questions regarding the Department of Justice?
Yes.
That was in one of those media consultant game plan things? Do you recall that?
Correct. Yes.
Oh my goodness. It was on page 10 of this document. And I believe, and I'm not even going to try this jazz again. This is what you asked about, right? It's page 10. Can I just read that to get back to where we're at? Question, this is on page 10. Situation overview, updated 12/29/18, that document.
Okay.
Okay, you got to page 10 there?
Yes.
Hugh, does that stand for question?
I would assume so.
All right, and the question being, do you plan to self-report to the Department of Justice? Let's see, what's written below that?
Following up with.
Hold on, there's an objection.
Council objected to its being admitted, so. I don't know.
Okay, well. Okay. Let's rephrase, because I know why. Let's rephrase it.
What is MCH integrity/compliance? That's just what I'm trying to get at.
Mount Carmel Health System Department of Integrity and Compliance.
All right.
It's a part of Mount Carmel Health System.
Does this document indicate that there needed to be follow-up with that part of Mount Carmel Health Systems?
Yes.
All right. And you're not sure if the hospital self-reported to Department of Justice?
No, I don't know.
But you are sure those other 5 agencies, they did self-report to?
Yes.
Do you recall, Mr. Baez, I'm sorry, do you recall being asked on cross-examination regarding your dismissal from Mount Carmel employment and Dr. Hussel's dismissal from Mount Carmel? Do you recall that line of questions?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall being asked, you were treated just like Dr. Husel?
Objection, that wasn't the question.
It's not exactly the question, yes, but it's the subject matter. So let's rephrase.
Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Do you recall saying you actually talked to Dr. Husel prior to his being placed on leave?
Yes.
All right. And then being asked, so that's the only difference between you and Dr. Husel?
Objection. I mischaracterized.
Okay, that he knows of? Is that your question, that he knows that's the only difference?
Just directing his attention so I can ask my question, Judge. Just getting him back there.
Okay, I'll overrule it for now, but let's tie it up.
All right. The only difference between you and Dr. Husel?
Objection, Judge. Again, that mischaracterizes the question.
Overruled.
Did you give any patients 500 micrograms of fentanyl?
Objection, Judge.
He brought it up, Judge. He said that's the only
this
difference.
is a 404 issue. Okay. Sorry, guys. Business. Oh, don't roll your eyes at me. Come on. Give me a little bit of loving on this one.
I've seen the signs. But I have not heard
It's your say.
There will be a soft opening of the cafe. So it's still going to have a lot of disarray in there. The person claims to be part of the team is up and running.
Hold on, wait. Come out and court reporter. Yeah. I think she's ready. Yeah.
Referring back, the differences, the only difference between you and Dr. Husel. Were there other differences in your situation and your termination and Dr. Husel's termination?
Objections?
I believe so.
And what were those?
Never given a reason at all for any poor performance, expectations that were wrong, or any other would justify my termination, whereas
Okay, you're totally breaking up. Slow down. Doc, stop. Okay, let's let the machine refresh itself. You remember the question?
I do.
Okay, you can answer now because all we were getting was gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
Okay, sorry about that. I was not given any specific reason of poor performance or expectations that were not met that justified my termination as an explanation at all. Whereas I know in Dr. Husel's suspension from the medical staff, there was a reason given regarding excessive, I don't remember the exact wording, but it had to do with
then don't tell us.
prescribing.
Don't
Okay,
tell us.
I do. Okay.
Okay.
There was a reason given for his suspension, which is different than mine.
Okay. Anything else?
And did those reasons?
Objection, Judge. The court ruled on this.
Okay, I haven't heard the question yet.
And did those reasons relate to Dr. Husel's medical practices?
Same objection, Judge.
Noted. Overruled.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, doctor, for your testimony. I hope your surgery goes well if you have it. Okay, you're excused.
Thank you.
Do you have your next witness ready?
We do.
Call it.
Dr. Your Honor, the state of Ohio calls Dr. Daniel Roth to the stand.
Live witness. It's a lot. Shut down the thing, so maybe it'll work better. Back off. To the witness. Okay.
Right here.
Here.
Okay.
We're on the record.
Yeah, it's just. I got it.
Why are you messing with my red dot? Okay, what do I need to do, Paul? Come up here and show me. Left hand. Yes. It just has arrows and X. Okay. Now, Paul and I are discussing the system again, and I'm starting to grovel and add him to please bring the other one here. But I know that it's an impossibility. Okay, can we bring us back up to where we were? David, go ahead and swear him.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You.
Please be seated, make yourself comfortable. And if you would be so kind as to state your name for the record and spell your name, please.
My name is Dan Roth, D-A-N-R-O-T-H.
Everyone here?
Okay. Mr. Zion?
Thank you. Sir, can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is you do for a living?
By background, I'm a primary care physician, but today I serve as an executive with the health system, Trinity Health.
All right. Well, then let's talk about your background. Where did you go to college?
I went to college at Michigan State University.
And what year did you graduate?
In 1991.
Did you go to any school after Michigan State University?
I went to medical school at the University of Michigan.
And what year did you graduate medical school?
I graduated in 1995.
And so what degree did you get from medical school?
Get a medical doctorate.
Okay, so you're an MD?
I am.
All right. What MD training did you receive after medical school?
So after medical school, I did a residency in internal medicine, also at the University of Michigan. That lasted for 3 years.
We've heard several other doctors say they were had specialties in internal medicine. Could you describe that a little bit to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what that involves, what that typical practice might be?
So in general, internal medicine is a medical specialty that focuses on the medical problems that adults face. So it doesn't have surgical problems as an example, but more of the...
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Stop me out a bit, okay? These people are having a problem hearing them, and, you know, being from Michigan, you're used to a lot of hot air and stuff. Slow it down a little bit for us. This is Buckeye territory, sorry. I know you're probably already aware of that. But enunciate a little bit louder, because these people over here are straining to hear, okay?
Absolutely.
And you're in a bubble anyway, so it's tough. So as long as you stay towards that mic, okay, you're usually pretty good.
Okay.
Okay?
Absolutely.
Mr. Zion, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I could see these guys about ready to fall out of their chair.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm going to stand back here.
Hold on, just 1 second. Sorry.
I'm going to stand back here and try to talk real loud. I think that makes witnesses talk louder sometimes. So I believe you were explaining what a doctor of internal medicine does.
Yeah, so internal medicine is a specialty within healthcare for the medical problems of adults. So internists don't do surgery, by way of example, but deal with a broad range of health problems as adults. So it's also not pediatrics. It is also the ordinary basis upon which then people go on to do future or further training called a fellowship in things like cardiology or pulmonary or gastroenterology. All of those are subspecialties of internal medicine.
Did you practice as a doctor specializing in internal medicine after you obtained that specialization?
Yes, after I finished my residency and I did one extra year as a chief resident, I practiced internal medicine in private practice in Cincinnati, Ohio for about 8 years.
Now, are you board certified in internal medicine?
I am.
And are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Ohio?
I am.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in any other states?
I am not.
Okay, so 8 years in Cincinnati. Was that affiliated with a hospital, or did you have a practice where people would come to your office, or both?
So I had a practice where people would come to our office. We did see our patients when they were in the hospital, so we would go, if our patients ended up in the hospital, we would see them there as well. But primarily we were in our own office and people came to see us there.
All right. You said you did that for 8 years. What years were those, if you recall?
1999 until 2007.
All right. Thereafter, you left that. What did you do next?
I took a role with a local health system, actually the hospital where I practiced every day, as a vice president of medical affairs. I started that in 2007.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what type of things you did as a vice president of medical affairs at that Cincinnati hospital?
Absolutely. We worked on things like efforts we could do to improve quality and safety of care, how we can make care more efficient, how we can work together between physicians and nurses and others to make sure that we are making care more coordinated for people in the various aspects and departments of a hospital.
Can you explain, by way of example, some of the things that this would involve?
So by way of example, we did a project where we looked to identify people who were going to get sicker and need the ICU before we would recognize them, so we could get them to the ICU faster. And so those are the types of things we do to try to improve quality and safety by trying new and innovative things to identify patients, to make it easier for physicians, nurses, and to improve safety, as an example.
And when you're in this role at that hospital, are you still practicing with patients, have a clinical practice at this point?
At that particular point of time, I was working as a hospitalist. So we also had a hospitalist program within that hospital, and I was responsible for that, and I worked clinically occasionally as a hospitalist.
At some point, did you leave that job?
I did.
What was the next job that you had?
The next job I served as the Chief Medical Information Officer for the health system, which was called Catholic Health Partners, which that hospital was a part of.
And what did you do in that role?
In that role, I worked on how do we use technology to improve care and to make it easier for clinicians and caregivers. So things like electronic health records, and how do we use electronic health records to improve care and safety.
All right. And so this is still in Cincinnati?
It is.
What did you, at some point, did you leave that job?
I did.
What did you do next?
I served as the president of our medical group. So we had a medical group of physicians in practice in a variety of specialties within that same health system. And I served as the president of that medical group.
And what did you do in that?
So in that role, we similarly, we worked to, this was more in medical practices. So it was more outpatient predominantly. But how do we make sure in those practices, similarly, we're being accessible, right? We're growing and trying to provide care to people when they want it, how they want it.
At some point, are you still working as a hospitalist, or are you still doing any other type of clinical care at this point?
At that point in time, I did work a half day a week as a primary care physician in one of our practices. It was a half day a week at that point in time.
And what point in time is this?
This is from 2011 through 2015.
All right. At some point, did you leave that job?
I did.
Where did you go next?
I moved to a health system that is based in Michigan, which is called Trinity Health.
Can you describe Trinity Health to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about what it is, its size, etc.?
Yep. So Trinity Health System is a faith-based health system that really is on a national basis. So we have health systems across the country in different states, including like Mount Carmel here in Columbus. And so we have hospitals and care delivery systems, senior communities in about 22 states across the country delivering healthcare.
And what is your role with Trinity? What is the title of your position? And then explain to the folks what you do there.
So today, I serve as the Chief Clinical Officer at Trinity Health. I've served in that role since 2017. 2017.
Prior to that, what did you get hired into?
So I got hired at Trinity Health in 2015 to work in our population health department. In that department, we really work on how do we do care models that can look at patients holistically 365 days a year. So not just in a hospitalization or in an office visit, but how do we provide care for people that really meets their needs every day to improve quality, lower cost, and improve their experience. And so that was what I was originally hired in, to work on those care models at Trinity Health.
And in 2015, are you still doing any type of clinical, seeing any patients?
I have not seen patients since 2015.
All right, so at Trinity, that's where you completely end your clinical practice completely ends.
That is correct.
All right. After you do this job that you just described, did you do something else at Trinity?
But I moved into that Chief Clinical Officer role I mentioned a minute ago. Starting in 2017, I'm still in that role today.
All right, and what do you do as a Chief Clinical Officer?
So I'm a member of the executive leadership team that really is responsible for clinical care delivery within our health system. So it is making sure that our strategy encompasses the key parts of a clinical aspect, as well as making sure that the aspects of our clinical enterprise across the care continuum are meeting our goals and needs like improving quality, safety, access to care. That's my role, is how to make sure those pieces are really working together to deliver on that.
Can you give us some examples of some initiatives that you might do or have done, so folks can relate to what you're saying there as your day-to-day job?
Yep. So a couple of things that we do or have done would include, so we have this notion of, I mentioned how do we deliver these models, right, to make it easier for people. So we have what are called accountable care organizations that are national, where we're then responsible for caring for 100, 150,000 people. And we then continually improve the care model to try to make sure people have access to care, that their care is coordinated. And so we've developed a system to coordinate people's care, to keep them well, to keep them healthy.
When you say coordinate people's care, meaning between different providers?
Yeah, one of the hard parts of healthcare is that sometimes people have a hard time moving from the hospital to home or in between specialists. And so our care coordination is designed to make that easier for people.
So the doctors can all talk and know what's going on, for instance?
Yes.
All right. And were you in this role in October of 2018?
I was in this role in October of 2018, yes.
And you mentioned you work for a corporation or a hospital group called Trinity.
Yes.
You said it was nationwide.
That's correct.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if any, relationship there is between Trinity Healthcare and Mount Carmel Healthcare?
So a large part of Trinity Health is made up of regional health systems. There's about 15 of them. One of them is Mount Carmel Health System here in Columbus. And so that is predominantly what we do. We have other services we offer outside of those regions as well, but predominantly, so Mount Carmel is one of those regions. It's a wholly owned part of Trinity Health.
All right. And I think we've heard the term that, and you're Mount Carmel's parent company.
That would be one way of describing it.
All right. And as its parent company, do you have any responsibilities for the things that go on at Mount Carmel?
Yes, I am responsible for all of the clinical issues that happen within Mount Carmel.
Right. When you say clinical issues, you mean patient care?
Patient care, yep.
All right. So if there's an issue of patient care at Mount Carmel, that would fall under your purview?
Yes, ultimately.
So, with that being your purview, at some point, in either October or November of 2018, were you informed of an issue going on with a physician in the ICU in the night at Mount Carmel West Hospital in Columbus, Ohio?
I was first informed about an issue in the ICU at Mount Carmel West on November 30th.
November 30th, all right? What, if anything, were you told on November 30th, and how was this communicated to you?
So I was told that one of the members of my team who works in Michigan had received a call from one of their colleagues who works here at Mount Carmel that they had identified a number of...
Hearsay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I assume you're offering for what he did.
That's correct, Chairman.
Okay. As to the truth underlying the statements, that's different issue, different person, okay? You're getting this information because he's telling you why he did certain things. Okay? Now, you may say, but Judge, that don't make sense to me. Okay? Judge's explaining why he did what he did. Okay? You guys will get other evidence to determine other facts. Okay? So you can't take it as a true, but as to why he did it. Does that kind of make sense? I'm trying to summarize about 2 semesters of law school here. Okay? Think of it this way. You're getting the why. Okay? You're not getting the what. Does that make sense? Okay.
For purposes of what you did, what were you informed about?
I was told that there were a handful of patients at that time that had received doses of fentanyl, around 1,000 micrograms, during a palliative ventilator withdrawal.
All right. What, if anything, was concerning about this report to you?
There are a few things that were concerning about it. One,
I agree. He's not qualified to make an opinion. Let's rephrase the question. I'll give you a little bit of leading on this, since it is kind of a delicate issue.
Sure. You're a licensed medical doctor?
I am.
Okay, let's stop. Ladies and gentlemen, make yourself busy. Are you hurting? You want me to telegraph it in for you? Oh, any questions for David to answer? I like that idea.
Food.
I have not. I believe that since they, actually renewed so I have not made that but it's something where I get an occasional email as well. There's maybe something that's going on or not. So, yeah, I imagine this is, I think it's I imagine they do. Okay, it's apples and oranges. There's a dude. Sure. Remember the admonition, you got 5 minutes. We're going to take 5 minutes.
Now relax for a second. What information? The jury has the right to know what they look at. Right. Do you object to that information? That was earlier on something else. We had worked out. Kilograms, micrograms, or
So my understanding of that's it is that you receive a call.
I'm sorry to be sarcastic.
Going down but when I'm going over this is the question is posed by counsel invites an opinion. Why do you find it concerning? But the commission is concerned.
That's exactly what I'm asking. As an expert, I'm asking as his role as a system.
So what would any problem with such a direct question?
Okay, we'll try and see if that makes sense.
Okay, we got your
The rest of them is that way.
Yeah. Everybody's gonna do kegel exercise. Have a seat, relax, Doc.
Thank you, Judge.
What happens in relation to that?
That's quite all right.
Now he's ran away. No, you can, I don't care.
Is everyone ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. That's the big one.
David? Yeah, we're ready. All right. Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Hope you had a good break there. Mr. Zion, continue on.
Thank you, sir. Sam?
I'm not moving fast enough?
No, I was just making sure your court reporter was ready, sir. In your role as Chief Clinical Officer, when you found out about the dosing habits of Dr. Husel, were you concerned?
I was.
And based upon those concerns, what did you do next?
I called Ed Lamb, who was at the time the Chief Executive Officer for Mount Carmel Health System.
What happened next?
So he and I had a conversation about what they were doing next to understand the circumstances behind this and how I and the system office could help the Mount Carmel team.
What happened next?
So that was a Friday.
Was that the day you received this initial phone call?
Yes, still November 30th.
So that was a Friday. What happened next?
So I had a touch base with Ed, and we talked about the progress on their work on Monday and Tuesday. And then we had a larger conversation about what the next steps would be on Wednesday, which would be, I think, December 5th.
All right. When you say a larger conversation, do you mean a more wide-ranging conversation with just Ed Lamb, or do you mean more people are brought into the conversation?
It was both a longer conversation and with more people involved.
What, if anything, are you doing to further your investigation at this point, besides talking to Ed Lamb and other people about this on that next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday?
So at that point in time, the investigation was being led by the team here at Mount Carmel Health System. So I was not directly involved in the investigation outside of hearing what they were learning through their investigation.
What happened next?
So the decision was made to pursue a summary suspension of Dr. Hussell's privileges because of a concern of safety.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, so physicians have privileges through the medical staff. They provide them the oversight and responsibility for exercising their clinical practice within a hospital. There's a provision which says if there's a concern about safety, that the physician's privileges can be put on hold or suspended pending an investigation in the interest of safety.
Whose safety?
Safety of patients.
And when, if ever, was the suspension put into effect?
I believe it was that week. I believe it was that Tuesday, which would have been the 4th.
December 4th, 2018.
Yeah.
Did you task, or are you aware that Dr. Swanner was tasked with delivering that letter to Dr. Husel regarding the suspension of privileges?
I believe that is correct.
All right. What happened next?
So the next day, there was this conversation went into what our responsibilities were to notify other agencies and parties outside of Trinity Health or outside of Mount Carmel that we were learning about, what we had learned. So that included things like the state medical board or legal and law enforcement authorities. the state pharmacy board. So that was the conversation that also, as we were continuing an ongoing investigation.
At this point, when you're having this conversation, had the state medical board, the pharmacy board, or other regulatory or law enforcement approached Mount Carmel or Trinity about anything they had heard about the dosing habits of Dr. William Husel during palliative extubations at night?
They had not, to my knowledge.
All right. So at this point, it is an investigation and a situation contained within Mount Carmel and or Trinity.
Up until that point.
Do you have an obligation to report issues like this to those boards?
We have an obligation for any time we identify significant or what are called sentinel events to notify or breaches in people's professional licenses. I believe we have an obligation to notify.
You said something before the word, something events. What was that?
Sentinel events. Events that are rare and unusual.
Okay. What happened next?
Well, at this point in time, there are a number of things that are happening concurrently.
Talk about the number of things that are happening concurrently.
So these entail continuing an investigation to understand how many patients were impacted by this, to understand the medical facts in the cases where this seemed to occur, to understand the underlying reasons and participation about why safety processes didn't work, as well as to begin to think about how we would communicate this to patients. I'm sorry, to family members.
Right, the patients that actually died, to the patient's family. Okay. What happens either next or concurrently or simultaneously in this process, to your memory?
So concurrently, well, for one, the Mount Carmel team had a meeting with the Franklin County Prosecutor's Office to inform them of what they had learned to that point in time. Around the same time, the decision was made to terminate Dr. Husel's employment contract with Mount Carmel. And we continued to do a number of investigation, broadening the investigation to understand how many people were impacted.
All right. Let's talk about the meeting with the Franklin County Prosecutor's Office, Mr. Ron O'Brien, the former prosecutor. Do you recall if there was an attorney involved in setting that meeting up?
Yeah, there was an attorney who was involved named Greg. Is that it?
Peterson?
Peterson, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Did you hire Greg Peterson?
I did not hire Greg Peterson.
But Greg Peterson was hired either by Mount Carmel or Trinity or somebody associated with that for this purpose?
Greg Peterson was hired by Mount Carmel.
And if you know, why particularly Greg Peterson?
I do not know why particularly Greg Peterson.
Was there a concern about Mount Carmel and or its officers and or its parent company being charged criminally themselves as an organization?
That was not a concern that was prominent. I think the biggest reason for hiring Greg Peterson was knowing that there might be an ongoing investigation from a legal or criminal perspective that was going to run in parallel with our investigation, and we don't have familiarity with that. And so we were looking for Greg to assist us in understanding that space so that we didn't unintentionally impact that process.
When you say you didn't have familiarity with that space, meaning the criminal world?
That's correct.
All right. What about the attorneys that Mount Carmel either has on staff and or on retainer? Are they criminal defense attorneys or people that are familiar with the criminal litigation world?
They are not.
What is their familiarity, if you know, in general?
I think they are experts in healthcare law, in business law.
So you need an expert in this area?
Yes.
All right. So, I understand many things are happening concurrently. Let's talk about one of those things, the meeting with Ron O'Brien. Do you recall that meeting?
Can you be more specific as to which meeting?
The first meeting, the first time you had contact or you were aware of anybody from Mount Carmel or Trinity had contact with Mr. O'Brien and or anyone with law enforcement.
So I believe that meeting was also on December 5th or 6th. I was not present at that meeting.
All right. Were representatives from Mount Carmel and or Trinity present at that meeting?
Representatives from Mount Carmel were present at that meeting, yes.
I believe we heard Dr. Larry Swanner say he was present at that meeting. Does that sound right to you?
That sounds right.
All right. What happened next?
Over the course of the next few weeks, that investigation process unfolded, as well as our trying to understand the system processes that we need to redesign to ensure safety. And we continued to work toward the path to communicate what we had learned with patients' family members.
And this is what you did at your prior two jobs, looking at systems from the point of view of delivering better healthcare to patients.
That's correct.
So that's why Dr. Daniel Wallace found the mission.
Yeah, and also there was a lot of, it's a broad scope. So just also to add assistance as a complement to the team here at Mount Carmel.
As part of that investigation, did you identify any system failures with the Fixit system and or pharmacy and how things are improved through that system, through the software and or through the system that was set up?
So we identified that there were deviations from the known best practices and safest practices for medication ordering, dispensing, and administration that were common in these cases and common in the ICU at Mount Carmel.
Did you contact at some point or in this time period the pharmacy board regarding these deficiencies?
We did. One of the things that we were committed to early in this process was to be transparent.
Objection, Judge, unresponsive.
I think it is. I disagree. Overruled.
Go ahead.
Was to be transparent with external agencies and authorities. And so one of those was the Board of Pharmacy. And yes, we contacted them.
So that we're clear, if this was described as a self-report by Dr. Swanner, would you characterize this as well as a self-report situation for the Board of Pharmacy?
Yes, I would.
So you weren't actively being investigated by the board, or Mount Carmel and its systems weren't actively being investigated by the pharmacy board until you voluntarily contacted them.
To my knowledge, that is correct.
For one of those system failures in examining what's going on in pharmacies, was there a concern about drug diversion or drug theft by people either at the pharmacy and or nurses and or doctors?
So early in that process, one of the things that was considered was that one of the things that could have been happening was drug diversion, which is to say that these medications weren't actually being given to the patients, but were being diverted for other uses. So that was one of the things that was considered early on.
All right. Was that possibility, was that possibility fully explored throughout your investigation?
It was fully explored.
And based on your knowledge of that fully explored investigation, did you or anyone to your knowledge find any evidence that these drugs that there was a widespread drug diversion problem?
No, we found no evidence of drug diversion.
Was there any evidence at all in your investigation which would indicate in any way that the patients of Dr. Husel were not administered the drugs that are indicated in the medical records?
No, we found no evidence to that effect.
Taking you back to December 5th, there's a meeting that you're aware of, you're not part of. What happens next?
So as far as I know, then there was interviews by the Columbus Police Department detectives of some of the nurses and I believe pharmacists involved in some of these cases later that week.
That same week?
That same week.
You say detectives. Do you know what division these detectives were from?
These detectives I subsequently learned were from the cold case division.
The cold case homicide division?
Yes, that is correct.
We've heard that these voice reports and internal safety concerns voiced by pharmacists and others, the investigation, the peer review is kept on a confidential nature until resolved, something needs to be talked about. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
So with that understanding, would you have any reason to believe that the nurses and pharmacists and others involved in the dosing habits of Dr. Husel when he does palliative extubations at night would have any idea they're about to be interviewed by the murder police?
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't think they would.
Objection, Judge.
Okay.
I would move to strike, and I would ask.
Let's strike the answer.
Be admonished for that.
Admonished for what?
I think. Sustained. New question.
Are you aware whether or not Mount Carmel, under these circumstances, of your personnel about to talk to homicide detectives, hired or had available to them an attorney to advise them of their rights?
They did.
And why did you have an attorney available to advise nurses and pharmacists of their rights prior to talking to homicide detectives?
We thought that was in the best interest and would serve put our colleagues, we call our employees colleagues, put them in make sure they had all the information they needed since they came into this as part of their work.
All right. And do you know the name of that attorney?
That attorney was Greg Slemmer.
All right. Was Greg Slemmer hired for any other reason to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
So this is all that same December 5th week that the police, the homicide detectives are talking to your employees. What happens next?
So there are a number of things happening. So the investigation continues to try to understand how many patients, and by the end of the month, we have identified 27 patients. We have a second conversation with the Franklin County Prosecutor's Office because we are preparing to talk to the family members, as I mentioned earlier, and want to make sure we're doing that in a coordinated way. And we're continuing to try to understand the processes that we need to put in place to make sure that we reduce the chances of errors like this happening again.
All right. Before we move on to that meeting, that second meeting that representatives are having with the county prosecutor, is HR, meaning anyone from human resources and or safety department, talking to the same people that the homicide detectives are talking to?
Yes, they are.
Do you know if they are talking to them before or after the police?
My recollection was there was a desire to coordinate that, and so we waited until after the detectives could talk to the colleagues first, as much as possible.
Why are you conducting a concurrent investigation through HR and safety at the same time as the homicide division of Columbus Police Cold Case Squad is conducting their investigation?
Our investigation really is focused around safety and making sure that we're addressing safety issues within our health system. That's what we do. The Franklin County Prosecutor and the Columbus Police Department are doing a criminal investigation. That's something that they do.
How many hospitals in Mount Carmel?
There are 4.
Do you know how many people are employed there?
About 9,000 people.
Do you know how many doctors are employed there of those 9,000?
Well, there are about 2,300 doctors and the medical staff. They're not all employed, but they have privileges to practice at our hospitals.
Can you shut down those 4 hospitals and those patients that are being cared for by those 9,000 people and 2,300 doctors while the police conduct their investigation?
We cannot.
So you have to keep going.
Yes.
Do you feel it's your obligation during that process to get to the root of this, to make sure your patients are being cared for safely during that investigation?
Judge leading.
Okay, I lost the second part of your question because you turned around.
Sorry, Judge.
Did you catch the question, Sam?
Yes.
Can you read it back to me?
Question, do you feel it's your obligation during that process to get to the root to make sure your patients are being cared for safely during that investigation?
Again, please.
Do you feel it's your obligation during that process to get to the root to make sure your patients are being cared for safely during that investigation?
I permit the question overruled. Did you hear the question, Doctor?
I did, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Yes, that is our responsibility.
All right. So what about this second meeting with the county prosecutor? When did that happen? And to your memory, who was there?
So it was around the third week of December, if memory serves. And I was there, the general counsel for Mount Carmel was there, the executive accountable for communications at Mount Carmel was there, and I believe Greg Peterson was there. And then I believe Ron O'Brien and Jimmy Lowe were there from Franklin County Prosecutor's Office.
All right. What happened next?
The main purpose of that conversation was to make sure that as we proceeded to...
Non-responsive.
I'll let him answer. Go ahead.
The purpose of the meeting was to make sure that...
Objection, Judge. The question was what happened next?
Question.
Okay, let's redo the question so
we can move on to what happened next. Thank you. What was the purpose of the meeting?
The purpose of the meeting was to make sure, as we prepared to talk to family members, we did not want to do that in a way that would interfere with their work. So we wanted to be clear about the timing with which we would do that and make sure that they did not have any concerns about that.
All right. Why at this point do you want to talk to family members about the dosing habits of Dr. William Husel during palliative extubations in the nighttime ICU?
Objection, Judge.
let's go sidebar. I see we're gonna have a series of these, so let's just take it now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, entertain yourselves, please.
I thought you were just hearing down.
Judge, raise the objection.
How's it back row? Yeah, concession. I don't like this this evening. I know why. And before I did before, I agree Yeah, I think it's something where, well, years ago, my father.
That's the same thing as watching you rank. Yes.
Do you still have that question up, Sam?
I'm sorry?
Do you still have the question up there? Well, when you get set up, I'm gonna have you read it to the jury again so they can understand what the question was. You do your voodoo. I'm good with it.
Okay.
Read back the question, please.
Question. All right. Why at this point do you want to talk to family members about the dosing habits of Dr. Hussell during palliative extubations in the nighttime ICU?
Okay. Do you understand the question, doctor?
I do.
Go ahead and answer.
So we have a responsibility to talk to family members or to patients when care doesn't go the way that was intended to go, or that they
Objection, Judge. He's stated an opinion.
No, he's not. I overruled.
So we have, and so that is why we felt the need to tell family members about what we had learned and what we were doing to understand it more fully.
Was a plan developed to do this, or was it just you picked up the phone and started calling?
No, a plan was developed to do this.
All right. Do you know what that plan was?
Generally speaking, yes.
What was that plan, generally speaking?
The plan was to have a number of physicians and other clinicians at Mount Carmel reach out to the family members and explain to them what we had learned so far and what we were doing.
And how many families or patients had been identified that you believe needed to be contacted at this point?
I believe the number was 27.
This is in December of 2018?
At the end of December.
All right. Was it ever discussed in an internal memorandum what would be said by these various clinicians who would be calling the family members?
Yes.
How was that done?
Can you explain more?
He wants to know, how was that done?
If you know, let me be more specific.
Yeah, if you could.
To direct your attention to what's been referred to as Project Lighthouse. First of all, do you know what Project Lighthouse is?
Yes.
And what is Project Lighthouse?
Project Lighthouse is the term that we came to use to understand for this investigation.
All right. And do you know who named Project Lighthouse?
I do not.
All right. But you recognize that's the name for this investigation.
Yes.
And within Project Lighthouse, are you aware of whether or not any scripts were developed to give these doctors to read?
Yes.
And why were scripts developed?
A number of reasons why. This is a really hard conversation to have with family members. These are family members whose loved ones passed away, and sometimes years before. And so we are in some ways sort of bringing that back for them. And we wanted very much to do that in a way that was factual and sensitive to that, as well as consistent. And so we wanted to be thoughtful about that and give those clinicians and physicians who are making those calls some of that information at hand so we can make sure we achieve that goal.
Do you know if there was more than one person involved in developing the precise language that would be used in these scripts?
I believe there was more than one person, but I do not know the exact number.
All right. Do you know if these scripts were reviewed by clinicians before being approved?
I believe they were.
Do you know if these scripts were reviewed by lawyers for the hospital besides Greg Peterson before they were finalized?
I don't recall.
All right. Do you know if anybody from media or a consulting firm was reviewing these scripts?
I do not recall if they were.
All right. Do you know if there was more than one version of these scripts?
I do know there was more than one version.
All right. And when we have different versions, does that mean all of them are used or just the final one used?
Just the final one would typically be used.
All right. So you don't recall who all reviewed it, but you recall there was more than one person reviewing it, and this was refined?
Yes.
All right. So particularly something that was discussed earlier, do you know whether or not a woman named Katie Barja, a safety officer at Mount Carmel Hospital, do you know who that is?
I do.
And do you know whether or not she conducted what's called a root cause analysis?
Yes, she did conduct a root cause analysis.
And do you recall when the conclusions of that root cause analysis were finalized?
I believe that was in December of 2018. It may have been early January of 2019, but I believe it was December of 2018.
All right. And do you know whether or not the script that was being developed to talk to these families was changed as a result of Katie Barja's root cause analysis?
Not to my knowledge, I did not know that.
Do you know Katie Barja's report? And she's a safety officer, right?
Correct.
Is she a clinician?
I don't know I believe she's a nurse, but I don't know that for certain.
All right. Without her, yeah, if she has nursing as a background, do you know if she's like a nurse out on the floor doing that, or does she do something else for the hospital?
Now she's the patient safety risk officer, so that is her role.
Okay. And she would have been the author of those root cause analysis.
She would have led the team that developed that root cause analysis.
All right. So based on your experience in dealing with issues like this, had you ever experienced anything like this, having to reach out to people about something like this before?
Objection, Judge. Relevant.
Well, it's a compound question, but you change gears midstream. Let's do it again.
Have you had any prior experience in a situation like this?
Objection.
Overruled.
A situation like this, meaning disclosing to family members?
Yeah.
Okay. So no, I've been part of teams and have disclosed to family members when care did not go the way that we expected it to before in other circumstances.
All right. And was there ever a situation where it was discussed what would be said to the family members prior?
Yes.
To reaching out to them? And were different versions of what should be said to the family members?
Should I ask an answer?
I'm talking about his prior experience.
I'll permit it. Go ahead. No to objection.
Were words changed? Were words refined?
Yes, words were changed and words were refined in advance.
All right. Would you call this a common thing in your area of work?
Yes.
All right. So you had this meeting in December with Mr. O'Brien and others from the hospital and from the prosecutor's office and the police. You thereafter was, did you guys start contacting the family members?
Yes, we contacted the family members on December 27th and December 28th of 2018, I believe.
All right. Did you in any way dictate to Mr. Ron O'Brien, to Mr. James Lowe, to Detective William Gillette, to Detective Dana Chambers, to Detective Ann Pennington, what they were going to do in their criminal investigation and what Mr. Ron O'Brien is going to do in his criminal prosecution?
No.
Were you asking for their guidance in what you should be doing so as not to interfere with that investigation?
Yeah, I think it was, I don't know that I would call it guidance. We were looking so as to not interfere. So I guess to that extent, yes, that was our goal, was to not interfere with their investigation.
And after that meeting, you, meaning people at the clinicians at Mount Carmel that have been talked about, start making phone calls.
Yes.
All right. Using the script?
Yes.
All right. What happens next?
So we continue the investigation to understand the scope of it. Over the course of the next few weeks, we interview, more people to try to understand some of those, and then we begin to implement some of the practices we need to put in place to minimize the chances that errors like this could happen again.
Okay. Basis.
Subsequent remedial measures.
Any response?
No response. No.
Sustain. Well, hold on, folks. Let's end for the day. There's a couple things I have to discuss with the jurors.
Okay.
Okay? Doctor, just hang tight there, okay? I'm very security conscious, and I just got notified. There are currently, I think, 3 other trials going on in the building. There's supposed to be a protest tomorrow morning at 8:30 outside the courthouse. All the indications it's going to be peaceful, but it could interfere with you guys getting in. Okay? If you have questions about your alternative entries and stuff, I think Mr. Pettis will be more than glad to answer them for you. Okay? There are several ways to get to the building, the tunnel, and other things. It depends upon where you park and other things. All the indications are it's going to be peaceful, but you can't assume anything like that. Okay? So I wanted to put you all on notice. It may be difficult getting in here tomorrow. You may want to consider an alternate entry. Okay? The second thing, I know that plexiglass has been a problem for you all. Okay? I have been working very hard with the administrative judge to try to get it released. My colleagues want to wait until I believe it's the 17th, when the judge's meeting is, to vote on the whole order. So I won't be able to fix that until that occurs. We have an administrative order. We're in a communal courtroom here. This isn't my normal courtroom. Okay, we're using it because of the size and all the lawyers and everything else. We're using the bigger room because we needed the space. Okay, so I'm bound by that order. And I've tried to get it changed so that I could deal with it. I appreciate your patience on the issue. I'm trying to do something about it. I at least got rid of the front class. So, and I almost pulled off that second row, but didn't work out. Okay? So we're working on that. Okay? I know it gets difficult to hear with the plexiglass around here and everything. You guys had problems hearing me sometimes. So I'm trying to work at that, okay? But I'm a realist too. I'm gonna tell you, it may have to wait if I can't politic in the back hall for the next couple of days to get it any earlier. So I'm trying on that, okay? I'm gonna let you guys go now. It's 5 minutes early, but I figured if some of you have questions for David, you'll need to ask them. Okay? Anything else from the parties?
No, Your Honor, not from the state, thank you.
Not from the defense.
Okay, any questions on the protest? Yes, sir.
What about media?
Media out there?
Yeah.
I don't have any control over them. I can only control them in here.
Okay.
Okay?
The protest, it makes it seem like it's about this case.
No, it's about Judge Young's case. Okay? Like I said, there are other trials going on in the room. It has nothing to do with this case. Okay? But it does in the sense that it could interfere with you guys coming in the morning. Okay? You know, so if you're out there protesting, I'm not going to be very happy. Okay? Well, it's a long story. Any other questions? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful evening. Feel free to talk to David about your alternatives. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Have a good evening, guys. Remember the admonitions.
Thank you.
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. Be seated. You can go on out there. Remember, you can't talk about, I instructed you on this. You're not to discuss your testimony on the stand. You can answer questions factually for people, but as to how you testified or anything, that's off limits.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
I'll see you at 9 o'clock in the morning.
That's right.
Okay, let's talk about a couple things. Judge Cocroft, as administrative judge, was the one who sent the notifications across relative to the protest tomorrow. It's out of Judge Young's case in State of Ohio versus Meade, 21 CR 5052. They anticipate that it'll be a peaceful gathering. Okay, there will be deputies out there. Okay, so I was just simply trying to keep the jurors out of getting in the middle of it.
Understood.
Okay. Any questions on the email?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. I don't need any more stressors with the jury, so.
I understand, Judge. We just want to put one thing on the record regarding the experts.
Okay.
We have now received the expert reports that were promised today. We were told they're not going to use their fifth expert, and we would just like it to be clear that we hope we're done with this now, Judge, that no more supplements, no more switching around, that the court could make a ruling that on the 2nd of March, we are done now with changing and supplementing their expert witnesses at this point.
Trials?
We advised them that we weren't using that last expert witness. I don't think
So no more surprises?
I don't think that was ever a surprise, but who wants to characterize it that way?
No, a surprise would be from now after.
No, we're moving forward with the experts that we have.
Okay, fair enough then.
And the reports are in, no more supplements, because every time we get a supplement, we got to do a bunch of research and whatnot. Which, we should have had these 21.
They have a duty to supplement any report all the way to the time of testimony.
Well, Okay, well, there's a rule that said that it has to be done 21 days before trial.
I understand, and I vacated the rule for this proceeding.
Right, so can we be done with that now?
Is there any reason why it could be a supplement? Let's put it this way. If you have a supplement to report, it's to be brought before the court and I'll make a ruling from there.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Anything else?
Not from the state.
You guys have a great evening.
Yeah, that was just a second.
Record down.
I didn't know what he did. Yeah, I think this is all mine. So, thanks.
Okay, can you guys hear me now? It looks like I'm talking on the screen, but I can't tell, so. Thank you, Sue. Okay, yeah, the one that they're talking about is this one that I've got up on screen. Not surprising that they're protesting considering the subject matter. But this was the original article, as far as I could tell. This is the farthest one back I could find. So there's a lot of information. I will put this into the chat so you guys can read it if you want, so we know what they're talking about. Yeah, because reality, I don't have my camera started up apparently on my laptop. I guess. Because it says I don't have a camera. It's a lie. So I guess we're going with this. I'm not entirely sure why it says that, but what do you do? No, I'm not. Matthew. He and I are friends. We met through another streamer named Blue Bacon, who covered at depth a case about a gentleman named Jeremy DeWitt in Florida. If you want a multi-year nightmare to read, that's the place to go. But he also does stuff about First Amendment auditors and that sort of thing, and is really amazing at it. He's quite funny and kind of a clown. That's okay. That's okay. Nope. He is, Sean is in Ohio. I'm in Colorado. I think Sean's mentioned several times that that's where he grew up. And I moved all over heck and back. Yeah, Matthew, that is exactly who Jeremy is. And Jeremy is kindly hanging out in prison in South Florida. So I'm not real sad about that. I lost 2 years of my life doing research on that case. It was a nightmare. Facey, I don't disagree with you. I was extraordinarily disappointed with the way that the laws were enforced in Florida to a point. I didn't expect him to get and actually serve as long as he will be there in the prison. And he's actually pawned up on another case in Lake County, Florida. And until that case gets straightened out, they will not be releasing him early from Florida state prison system. So yeah, I don't disagree, but unfortunately that's not the way our system works. Thankfully he hasn't killed anybody. There's a lovely gentleman from another country that has kindly taken over doing some amazing work on getting all the stuff organized as far as audio calls and so on, named Friday International Operations on YouTube. He's one you can go look out too when you're not here hanging with us. But yeah, that was a heck of a case. But I'll tell you what, it was a place I don't want my brain to go anymore. It was definitely nuts because Jeremy is a whack job, period. Anyway, Sean will be here a bit tomorrow. I have a doctor's appointment at like 12:30 my time, so Eastern, that's 2:30. So I'll leave a couple minutes before that. If all else fails, I'll make sure somebody's watching the stream from my house to make sure that there's actually something happening if Sean's not available. But we'll get it. We'll get it. You guys have a wonderful evening. Thanks again for coming. I know that part of the reason you're here is for Sean, and I know he's busy. I hope I could entertain you as well as possible. It's a little weird because I am not a lawyer. I just like to play in the legal system. So anyway, you guys all have a wonderful night and or morning, depending on your part of the world. And thanks. I love you too, Ed. You guys have a wonderful evening. You're welcome. I appreciate it, truly. I really, really do. Sometimes it's a little frustrating to be here and know that you're not the person that they're there to see or hear, I guess. Thanks, Sue. I appreciate it. Okay, you guys have a good night.